3, 2, 1.
Hello, good morning.
Hi guys, welcome to our BI event in DevCon. This is Fara from BNB Chain. I'm the epic lead of BNB Chain.
Good morning, everyone. Sawadee Club. I tried really hard to learn how to say that in Thai. I'm Marwan from the EMEA team here at BNB. Welcome, everyone, to the last and final BIA event of the year. Woo!
Wow! Let's get it started.
So I'll show you a little bit about what to expect today. So for everyone for whom this might be your first BIA, BIA is the BNB Incubation Alliance. It is an opportunity for us to really incubate and empower the next generation of protocols building on-chain with BNB. And we do that with our partners, investment partners in particular, to kind of really bring together the community of these developers. So for today, we'll have 2 panels. We'll start with the first DeFi panel with many A-star panelists in the room that we're excited to bring on board. And then we'll have the pitch day, where protocols will be pitching for fast-track entry into the BNB Chain and Binance Labs accelerator program. And then we'll conclude as well with a pitch session and, of course, the announcements of the winners and a lot basically today. So we'll be very excited to be spending the day with you.
To start with, let me give a huge thanks to our honor sponsor for this event, which without them, we cannot make this happen. Those are Coco, the 11 Labs, Google Crowd, Particle Network, Seraph, Trenches, the Booker Group, and Y. Thank you, guys.
And of course, yeah, shout out to the sponsors. Make some noise to the sponsors. And shout out to Broker that has incredible swag and Acai that I see everyone enjoying. So but a big thank you to all the sponsors. And of course, to all the VC and alliance partners who brought deals to the table. We're really growing this community. We're seeing a lot more protocols built on BNB. So we're very bullish. But a big shout out to ABCDE, D11, Defiance, Foresight, Laser Digital, MPCI, Pantera, Oak Grove, 7X, and the Stanford blockchain group as well.
Actually, this time we have prepared some really interesting things. So everybody attending the on-site event today can share a total price of pool of 1 key in BNB to vote on the project that you think who should win BIA Bangkok this time. So just take a photo about these pictures and you can scan the QR code later at the end of the event and you can vote for the project that is pitching. Today we have 12 projects to pitch. So you can pick any one and vote for them. And finally, you have the chance to win the 1 key prize in BNB.
Help him pick the winner and you can become a winner as well. All right. So Sarah, do you want to give a quick reintroduction to who we are? BNB?
Yeah. So who is BNB Chain? Actually, we are a community-driven blockchain ecosystem. We started from 2021 or 2019. At that time, there's a DeFi boom, and BNB Chain is also one of the very first chain that's been reached the first 1 million transactions. And we just keep innovating, developing, and changing. And right now, BNB Chain has been a more comprehensive public chain that is welcoming any kind of dApps to build on top of, including AI, diesel, gaming, DeFi, etc. Yeah.
And as Sarah mentioned, this ecosystem, our vision really is to onboard the first billion users on chain. And we believe that we can do that by creating the next era of on-chain products with the best protocols, many of whom are in this room and also in the industry at large. And how we do this, Sarah will share.
So from technical perspective, what is BNB Chain? We actually have 3 really important tech stack. One is BNB Smart Chain. I think everybody is familiar with it. It is a DeFi hub. We have 7 billion TVL locked there. And another one is OpBNB, which being launched on mainnet last year. It's a OP DOA building on top of BSC. And we also have Greenfield, which is a decentralized storage protocol that's been also launched last year. And besides all those three important tech stack, we also have Avenger DAO, which is a security alliance to make sure that our retail users and projects to avoid any risk for them. By combining all those things together, we are having a concept coin OneBNB, which is to offer a one-stop holistic solutions to any kind of dApps to building on top of BNB Chain ecosystem.
And what a journey it's been. We're seeing a lot of growth since the start of the BNB Chain journey. We now have 4 to 5 million users daily across BSC and OpBNB that Sarah mentioned. That's 4 to 5 million users coming every day for DeFi, consumer, DSOC, and gaming applications. And we're really seeing the growth also in the categories that are growing and building on BNB. So definitely a great time to be building. We still think it's early and very excited about the opportunities ahead in the ecosystem.
So right now we are having 3 priorities for BNB Chain. The first one is making BNB Chain to be the core stablecoin infrastructure for stablecoin transfer, settlement, etc. So actually we are working with a lot centralized exchange and the wallet solutions providers to enable zero gas fee transfer for stablecoins on BNB Chain. We wanted to get users to have experiences when they even don't have BNB in their wallet. They can even start their transactions of the stablecoins on BNB Chains. But besides that, we're also working with a lot of like payment gateways or merchants to get it enable stablecoin transfer in people's real use lives. There are some use cases. Can you go to next slide? So one really exciting thing is we are working with Tada recently for Thailand event. So if you wanted to take a taxi or grab a car, you can try Tada mini app right now. We are sponsoring 2K users for a free ride for the first time. And for the second time, if you wanted to take a ride through Tada, you can also have 50% discount by paying BNB Chain by using stablecoin, including USDT, USDC, and FUSD on BNB Chain. So here you can see by opening Tada mini app, you can choose the stablecoins on BNB Chain, and when you pay it, there's gonna be 50% discount. So definitely try to use it and get some price deduct. And the next one is next slide.
Sorry.
That we are working with other payment solutions providers. By doing so, if you don't have local currencies, you can also scan the Thai QR code in your wallet by opening the wallet service provider's app, and then you can directly pay the services in any shopping mall or any restaurants by using your cryptocurrencies, especially stable coins, and also including BNB tokens in BNB chains. So definitely try it. This is a way that we really demonstrate, and we really wanted to onboard the real user adoptions onto BNB chains by working with different parties.
Awesome. So when you're stuck in that Bangkok traffic, at least you can rejoice in the fact that the ride was free. So as Sarah mentioned, we're making a big push on consumer adoption, right? We've always had this criticism from the community that loads of developers are building infra, but no one's really building for the user. So part of our thesis is to actually really double down on consumer-friendly applications. So we're seeing two verticals that are emerging with a lot of strength. The first is what people are calling Web 2.5, right? So how do we address real-world challenges with on-chain solutions, which has been talked about for quite some time, but we're actually now seeing new growth here on BNB. So we're seeing, for example, sustainability solutions emerge. So CarbonFi, for example, which I believe I saw some t-shirts at the back, which has been developing on BNB Chain to enable on-chain carbon trading credits. And of course, the second big pillar is where on-chain solutions are emerging, where people are actually interacting with these solutions. We're seeing it become a lot, not just a lot more mobile, but actually fundamentally a lot more social. So we're seeing a big wave of Telegram mini programs on BNB that are native to Telegram, where there are, of course, 1 billion users. So meeting users where they spend their time is a big part of our thesis for growth. So if you are building your applications, or if you're building it on TG within that native social environment, we're very bullish about that, and do speak to us, because there's a lot of support that we can offer there. And of course, we can't be doing a panel in 2024, speaking to 2024, without talking about AI, Sarah.
Yeah, just starting from last year, we have strongly support AI-related projects to build on top of BNB Chain, including AI GCA protocols, AI plus gaming, AI agent platforms, and even some of projects are doing AI plus meme. So this year, we'll also keep doing so to put a lot of resources and support to AI plus blockchain kind of dApps or solutions, including retailer-facing AI projects or even AI infras. So we have a lot of support that is supporting those projects. We do believe that in the futures, imagine that everybody have an AI agent as your personal assistant, and you are using AI agent and digital payments to do your everyday daily services, or paying the services, or buying a food in your work, in your real life. And BNB Chain want to be the embedded solutions that is really enabling the digital smart economies in the futures. So we don't want to follow. We wanted to be the pioneers that is doing some real innovations, that is leading the trend. So we're really looking forward to working with all developers and projects and partners sitting here today to build the real future together with us.
All right. So as we draw to a close, please do make the most of the day. We'll be here. The full BNB team will be present. And before we kick off with the panels, we would love to welcome Andy from Binance Labs to the stage. Binance Labs has been our first and one of our main partners in building this incubation alliance. So please join us in welcoming Andy to the stage. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andy from Binance Labs. It's my first time being at a BIA event, actually, giving this kind of talk. So I don't really have any slides prepared, but I guess I'll just share a little bit of what I have been observing in the VC, in the primary market space for the past 1 year. And I think we are kind of in a situation where there's too much capital in this industry now, and a lot of projects are overfunded, and a lot of them are getting hard to listed because it's very high valuation. And actually not a lot of interesting ideas, because before that, if you look at the previous cycle, the Fed protocol thesis is all about L1, L2s, and all this infra stuff. And I think that playbook kind of didn't, it's like all these high FDV, and then once you list, like everything is down on it. So, and then now like people are focusing more on apps and like consumers and all these things. But then that is really tough, because once you are building apps, then you are competing with Web2 apps. And Web2 apps and Web3 apps, so I always like to start off by saying that nobody really cares about what you are building. And that's the starting point that you have to keep in mind, that nobody really cares. And you have to build something that people really cares, rather than building something from your own idea and then forcing people to care about it. And I think that is one thing that a lot of projects are not doing. So I would say, like from Binance Labs perspective, there are 3 things that I would look for. One is things that have never been done before. And 2 is things that have no market leader yet. And 3 is things that can convert Web 2 into Web 3. And most of the interesting ideas are in the first category, things that have never been done before. But I don't know why not a lot of founders are focusing on that, but a lot of founders are focusing on the second category. So a lot of it, you see, okay, Pump.Fund is doing well on Solana. Let's do a Pump.Fund on the next chain, on the new chain. But that doesn't really work. And And so for the second category, if you want to build something that has no market leader, you have to, if you're doing something that everyone has already done before, I would suggest the first thing in your deck slide is to put out your competitive analysis and tell everyone why you are the best, either through on-chain stats or team or just some special kind of highlights. Because if it's the same stuff, then it's back to the same point, right? Like nobody really cares. And yeah, so I guess like the point is like just focus more on things that have never been done before and focus on things that can bring Web 2 into Web 3. But bringing Web 2 to Web 3, which is the applications and all these things, which is the current cycle now. And I think that is the hardest thing to do. But so far, I haven't seen really super interesting projects. Maybe some on the DPIN stuff. I think DPIN is interesting, and RWA stuff, stablecoins, D-Science. So I'm super bullish on D-Science, biotech. D-Science is something that nobody has really talked about yet, and it's something that I'm personally super bullish into. So I think that category is interesting because science is going to be a really big market. And yeah, what else? What is D-Science? D-Science is decentralized science. Decentralized science. Yeah, D-Science. Yeah. Because science is really like biotech and science is going to be a really, really big market that nobody is talking about in Web3. So we recently did, just 3 days ago, we did our investment in Bio XYZ. And then there's a lot of like DeFi hype on Twitter. But if you look at all the millionaires and billionaires and people who saw crypto in 2012, they are all talking about longevity and DeFi, and, So I think it's going to be really big. And so just be more forward-looking, do things that have never been done before. Try to be more creative, be more innovative. Don't just copy paste and put together some team. Is really too much of that, I think. So yeah, just try to think bigger and think outside of the box. I would say that is the main point. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So next we're gonna have our first panel, the stable shift, navigating the future of DeFi and stablecoins. We're gonna have John from BNB Chain. Please come to the stage. Yes, we're gonna have Danny, the co-founder of Trenches. We're also gonna have Varit, head of digital asset broker and Carbonfy. And also we're gonna have Offer from Balloon Dogs, our MVP 8 winner project, and stuff. So please welcome to the stage.
Thank you guys for coming. We have a wonderful panel here for DeFi sector. I've been a fan of you guys for a while, and I'm sure you guys have a lot to share today. But before that, could you guys quickly introduce yourself and your projects? Maybe start with Seraphim.
Yeah, so I'm Seraphim, head of growth at Athena. Athena is a project that launched in February, and we quickly became the 4th largest dollar-denominated asset after Terra, Circle, and DAI. And yeah, the main product is USDE, and the basis of the trade is a cash-basis trade, which is something that has been done for a long time. But what we've done pretty well, I think, is tokenize it, use off-chain custodians, and use centralized exchanges like Binance to actually scale that trade, which is how we've reached $3 billion so quickly, I believe. And yeah, we're very excited about working with Binance guys. Binance Labs has invested. BNB Chain is hopefully something we can push soon. And obviously, we're very big traders on Binance, which means that we are holistically touching the entire ecosystem.
Hi, I'm Danny Chong, co-founder and CEO of Tranches. Been on BNB Chain since 2021. Very happy to have endured the winter and be with everyone here today. Tranches has evolved from just offering tranche products to now being offering tranche structured products for underlying basic underlying as BTCs, ETH, or even for LSD, the likes of Stone, Solve, EtherFi, and so on. We offered very tailored solutions for users of different types, for very conservative users, for aggressive users, or for users who want a balanced approach. There is something for everyone in Tranches. Now we are currently on Scroll, Ethereum as well, but BNB Chain remains home to us.
Hey everybody, Ophil, the founder of Balloon Dogs. I'm the former CDO of SSV Network. Into the space since 2017. Coming from an engineering background, over 20 years of coding, and Balloon Dogs. So we're building DeFi abstraction layer. That actually means providing developers a better way, more efficient and easy to build on top of blockchains, especially EVMs, already deployed on Binance. We are also the first BI event winner and part of MVB8 that is running right now.
Hi, I'm Eddie from the broker group Public Company Limited. We are listed in the stock market exchange of Thailand. We are very bullish in crypto as a public company. We have over 50% of our assets on balance sheet in the crypto exposure. And we joined the crypto space 3 years ago. But before that, we have over 30 years of experience in the financial service sector. We do our own investment. We invest in VC fund. And we also invest in startup projects. And recently, we also incubated a project, Carbon Fi, also participate in the Most Valuable Builder Season 8. And yeah, we have an activation zone in the back. And let's chat and learn more about broker group and see if we can collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I guess my first question is general question for you all. I think it's safe to say we're in a bull market. And I think 2024 has seen renewed interest in on-chain economy and DeFi in particular. What's your view on like where we are in adoption cycle? Is this the new start of the DeFi renaissance? What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, it's funny. We came up with the term DeFi renaissance before everything pumped. So I don't know who came up with that, but pretty genius. Good timing. But yeah, I think the most important thing over the last 2 weeks is something really big happened. And obviously the tech has improved massively. And they elected Trump, which is great. So I think because of this regulatory framework enabled by a red sweep, we can basically do a lot more things. Everyone's talking about fee switches, which means channeling revenue back to actual stakers. We're talking about probably easier paths to list yield projects similar to Athena on traditional venues for institutional capital to tap in, which means new money. So beyond the 10 LPs we have in this space now, we could have 12 maybe. But yeah, I just think, yeah, new money is the name of the game because of this recent thing that happened called US elections.
Actually, this question, I was talking about it and thinking soundboarding of friends and people in Web3. It's very normal to get lost in current bullish market where low interest rate, Trump administration winning, and obviously the cycle has come. BTC has reached new high. To forget that innovation is very important. I actually echo what Andy said just now from Labs. Everyone in a bull market tend to get lost in chasing after the next coin growth, in your next capitalization, in your next listing, and so on and so forth. But if you really think very hard, who or what are we going to benefit in the increase in capitalization? I think that's the important question to ask ourselves. The highlight, or I think the extended bull run, will only take place when we have new directions and new innovation. And I think RWA and in general convergence of what we are doing in DeFi with the real world is probably of essence. If you don't focus on that and you keep chasing after like copy and paste strategy, just try and get more TVL and try to run things up and get listed, I don't think that's going to be very convincing for the next wave of investors, the next wave of interested parties in the world of DeFi, which is your everyday, Joe out there in the real world. I mean, we are everyday real world. I mean, investors in the real world. So if you don't have something to offer in this bull run, I would say that this bull run can be very short-lived. And if you want this to actually carry on, we need to come up with thoughts, with things, with innovations that will connect and converge with either the financial world or the bigger world on a holistic manner.
So people mention here like technology that mostly need to be on a very good shape, and that's actually something that you get prepared before. And I hope we are there, because I think the missing part was on the previous cycles was about like mostly technologies that relates to mass adoptions. There's a lot of going discussions about how to solve it, what would bring it to the people, and what will actually make DeFi approachable from standard people. And actually, I'm biased, of course, because this is what we're trying to solve, and that's what Balloon Dogs is actually bringing. But it's definitely, I hope, we are in that place now, having a lot of good solutions that involve with DeFi, that makes it easy for people to use, but also for developers. And in that case, it's not going to be a very short cycle as we saw before in some cases, and it's going to last as long as we can.
All right. My personal opinion, I think that in the last cycle, a lot of builders created a lot of good apps, and along the way, through the bear market, there's a lot of improvement in UX, UI, wallet, security. I think the changing point led by Trump, I think it's all about accepting the digital asset space based on more regulation, more institutional adoption. So in the adoption cycle, I feel like institution will play a much bigger role to onboard, and that will lead to much bigger TVL and leads to more financial product that will come into the crypto space. In the previous cycle, I think a lot of projects tries to be peer Web3, create new market, get their user. But I think we are coming back to the Web 2.5 era again, where we have to collaborate with Web2 platform that has really good UX, UI, and large number of users, and kind of share the market and grow together to lead to mass adoption.
It's good to hear everyone's very bullish. Next question is for Danny from Trenches. I think in recent years, we've seen new DeFi primitives like liquid restaking for ETH, liquid staking for BTC, and soon liquid restaking for BNB. What do you think of these new waves of composability in DeFi?
You want the official answer or the real answer? Again, I think it's something interesting for the real world and even ourselves to look at. A lot of the real world people often ask me to explain like, oh, what is LSD, what is validated staking, and so on. I tend to explain it in a way that is easy to understand, which is risk-free deposits in the form of your Ethereum, BTC, or BNB, and you get back returns. And you go back in depth a bit to explain how the money comes in terms of gas fees and so on. Whether this trend can go on, I'm not really sure. You have to be honest with ourselves and ask what are the current gas fees that's being operated on Ethereum, on BNB Chain. You do LSD and this keeps going on. What are you building upon? If it's just trying to hype on point system and getting rewards. It will definitely attract people on the start, but we have also known in recent days and months that the interest is waning on this part. So for this narrative to go on this LSD and so on, how you actually earn sustainable yield will be of the next importance and consideration. Very interestingly, over this DevCon and discussing with projects from BNB Chain, we also realized that, people are actually at the behind, including ourselves, talking to financial institutions, talking to real-world institutions about how to actually get rewards from outside. These can be in the form of RWA, in the forms of digital bonds, in the form of payments, and so on and so forth. I believe that for us to extend so-called LSD and in terms of earning yield on this part, we have to focus on sustainability in yield and also actually even revenue generating for the protocol that's offering all these services.
Thank you for your answer. Next question is for Seraphim from Messina. I think stablecoins have proven their product market fit, and new entrants like yourselves are coming into the stablecoin market. Do you believe that the stablecoin market will be untethered, as in will there be more evened out distribution of stablecoin issuance other than Circle and Tether? Yeah.
Untethered is a good pun. I like that. Yeah, I think the difference between now and the previous cycles is just getting exponentially harder to dominate a market as a new entrant. I think we have done a pretty decent job, but at the same time, it was a lot harder than if we had to do it last cycle. We had to have every centralized exchange on board as a partner. We had to have every large custodian. We've done some incredible juggling to get the right partners and backers and distribution that is exponentially harder than it used to be. So I do think there'll be more entrants. It's just that there's going to be a lot fewer that actually get to succeed. I'm not saying by all means that Tether's going to stay top one. I personally wouldn't mind that, but it is likely that it's going to be potentially replaced by something. But again, it's going to be a lot harder because of the amount of work, amount of thresholds in terms of liquidity and integrations they have to achieve as a stablecoin. And also, I think the biggest use case of stablecoin, apart from transfers, is basically being used as perpetual collateral and centralized exchanges when you post USDT to trade Binance, Bitcoin and ETH perps. That's a huge use case and probably accounts for 20% of the entire TVL of stablecoins. Now, obviously, that relies on centralized exchanges to work. So if a stablecoin project does not have sexes as backers, it will be very hard to do so. So a very select few can do it.
So how do you guys balance innovation versus risk when designing the stablecoin?
Yeah, I think the crucial part was basically a very compelling APY profile. So achieving that APY, which is now like 25% organically because the funding rate is so high. The key was to enable that high APY at low risk and in a way that scales. And I think generally, if you look at most projects in DeFi, as long as you provide that, you're probably going to succeed. It just needs to scale with size. And that's been the core focus, making sure that happens.
Gotcha. Next question for Eddie from Broker Group. I know you and I talk time to time, and I know for sure you're very interested in DeFi fixed income products. Can you tell us what's the future of fixed income in DeFi?
Okay, so from institutional standpoint, I work in the financial service sector for over 10 years now, and I'm certified public accountant and chartered financial analyst. So I studied a lot of the fixed income product in the Web2 sector. I feel like in the next cycle, in the short run, I would say that there's still a lot of inefficiency happening. So I see a lot of market neutral strategy using restaking, using liquid staking, AI tools to help. So there will be a lot of alpha to chase and create a market neutral strategy in the short run. But in the long run, from institutional standpoint, I think with more players coming in, the TVL of the crypto space should increase to like 10, 20, 30 trillions in value. And once that value kicks in, institution will look for fixed income product. We'll look for something to invest long term, 1 year versus 10 years versus 30 years. And all these things comes down to having a benchmark rate that can be used, like in the financial service sector. I invested in one of the project called Treehouse Protocol. Binance Lab also invested, and they are looking into this space to find the benchmark rate so that product from the financial service sector in Web 2 can migrate into the Web 3. And fixed income is very big in the Web 2 space, in the financial service sector. It's like 500, 600 trillion in size versus the equity market versus commodity market. So for when people feel comfortable to invest in crypto, when the market size is big, I feel like fixed income will play a very big role in this space. And at that point, what we want to achieve with other institutions is to find a benchmark rate that we can use so we can issue all these complex fixed income derivative product. And hopefully like this could happen in the next few years because crypto market and Web3 space, we move really fast.
Thank you. Ophir from Balloon Dogs. Yield is always a trending thing in DeFi, but I also know that you guys are cooking one of the hottest topic in DeFi, such as DeFi abstraction layer or intent-based simplicity. Some of these things trends are very hot, but also yet to be widely adopted. So could you tell our audience some of the things that you're building and how are these gonna impact the DeFi scene?
Yes, so generally we're part of a movement that is focused on making life easier for users, but also for developers. So Balloon Dogs, as part of this movement, is focusing on simplifying interaction with the blockchain. It's actually mentioning like the momentum or getting adopted. It's an old challenge or how to deal with the blockchain generally and DeFi specifically that become even worse because of getting more chains and more DeFi protocols involved in the space, and we have more complex protocols. So it all comes to a position where for a user and also for developers, it's very hard to interact with the blockchain. So we see now all kind of intent solutions. We see cross-chain implementations, smart ways to deal with the transactions, optimization of swapping, and so on. All of it in order to get a better, most efficient way to deal with interaction of the blockchain. Balloon Dogs, for example, part of what we're doing, and this I guess something that people will really understand is to deal with parameters like fees, like slippage, like other areas that people don't really know what to put. I'm sure that most of the people here, if they need to swap and they need to put any number as a slippage, they'll probably take the default or to just like randomly pick something or try the lowest and then go high. So also all kinds of approaches. And it goes the same for developers. To deal with the swap that involve with multiple protocols and multiple chains is something that is not easy even as a machine. And we are aiming to solve that with our platforms, allowing people to just like specify exactly what they need. And with that, to just let some other entity that is more powerful, more knowledgeable, to take the action on this behalf. By the way, it's also based on the account abstraction concept that also part of the mass adoption technology area, in a way that you get a lot of benefits, a lot of capabilities that were not there before, available for developers and users. And on that case, as I mentioned at the beginning, to be on time is very important for who is want to launch something like this. I think now it's complex enough that it's needed and available to developers and users.
Thank you. It's especially good to hear from you because you were the previous winner of the BIA event. So thank you. I actually had one more question, but I think we're running out of time. But thank you guys for coming and sharing with us. Can I welcome Diana to the stage to hype up?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving this stablecoin and DeFi panel. Yes, we're focusing a lot on stablecoins. So next we're gonna have, I'm gonna read out the rules to you. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, our pitch session 1 is gonna have judges from the ventures, including B-Man from ABCDE, Sarah from BNB Chain, Andy from Binance Labs, Andrea from Oak Grove, Louis Song from 7X, and Nihal from Pantera. So our judges are all sitting at the first row. So while there's a break, feel free to talk with them. I know they're all very popular boys and girls. So we're gonna have 10 minutes per project team, 6 minutes pitching, and 4 minutes QA from our judges. Also, each judge score criteria are based on 4 dimensions. So first is the sustainability of the business model. Like, will you really drive revenue? Or the first time you get the cash flow is raise fund, and the second time is to sell tokens. That's not good. And the excellence of the founding team, and also the innovation solution. Are you really solving some problems using the technology? And then the potential contribution to BNB Chain. Also, please take a photo picture of this QR code, because you are about to vote at the end for your favorite project. And we are going to have a lucky draw. We're going to give away $1,000 worth of BNB to the best voting. And now we're going to have our first project, SuperVol, on the stage.
Okay, can we go next slide?
Hey guys, GM everyone, I'm KD. I'm running SuperVol, a gamified options trading platform, which is so simple and fun. So even your grandma would love it. Okay. So our focus has been on retail. Retail has been the narrative runner of the crypto trading market, seeking for higher leverage and instant outcome. It was perps before, and this year it has been meme coins. So looking for what's next. What can be the scalable and sustainable way of looking at this retail crypto trading market? Now enter SuperVol. We are trying to serve the retail day trading market with simple and fun experience. It only takes just 3 taps to trade, connect wallet, deposit, and order. And it's so fun with infinite leverage. Now with 10x or 100x leverage, it's infinite leverage. We also provide 100x potential upside, which can be still done on major coins, not on meme coins, which is like BTC or Ethereum. The way we do it, we present our 1-hour binary option on crypto prices, which is a first of its kind product. The rule is very simple. Make prediction on crypto price in the next hour, pay between $1 and $99 for a ticket to win $100 if your prediction is right. The ticket price fluctuates between $1 and $99 during the hour, so you can trade during the hour, or you can just simply buy $1 ticket to win $100 in an hour. So let's just watch a quick demo. It's the price. Yeah. So it's more addictive experience with the sound, but it was good. So SuperVol team is very well experienced in both TradFi and Web3. We are fully capable of operating and scaling up this innovative retail trading platform. The team comes from Morgan Stanley, UBS, and Upbeat, and our early backers include Silicon Valley prominent VC Altus Ventures. And with this retail-centric approach, we can unlock the retail options trading market on crypto, which has huge potential but untapped yet. We have already witnessed how Robinhood unlocked in TradFi the retail options trading with the retail-centric product approach. Now, more than half of the total S&P 500 options trading come from retail. So remember the 4 principles: lightning fast, simple, infinite leverage, and limited downside. The day traders cannot not love it. And we also have our Telegram mini app to onboard more users to the platform. Our Telegram mini app provides even more simplified approach to be the gateway to onboard the mass retail crowds. It has, with these efforts, we have acquired like 12,000 unique wallets already on the platform, very active. So once SuperVol penetrate into the retail regions, we will expand further into mass consumers and more experienced traders going forward to scale up. So this year has been focusing on the producing and developing the product, and next year is going to be more on marketing and expansion within the L2s, potentially within BNB Chain. So thank you for listening. If anyone has questions about potential future retail crypto trading market, my TG is here, so you can talk to me. Happy to chat. Thank you.
Any questions from our judges?
Are you going to issue a token? What is the utility of the token?
So yeah, we have token in mind. We haven't announced yet, but the main utility of the token is going to be like paying out the platform fee to the token holders first, and governance-wise, we're still in discussion. Yeah, but we are planning it for now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What is the biggest value this project can bring to BNB Chain ecosystem that you think?
So I think we are bringing the very unique trading experience for the mass crowd. So nowadays everyone wants to just tap into the consumer, the broader consumer market. So it's not only in the current Web3 investors, but towards more bigger crowd in Web2 area as well. So with this unique experience, we can onboard mass consumer users on chain that can experience and boost up the transaction and the market, the overall market.
So let's welcome our next pitch project, W3.io. And thank you, SuperVol.
All right, how's it going? So my name is David, and I like to break things. So the primary thing I like to break is bad technological and business models. That's why I've spent the last 8 years trying to make on-chain development better than off-chain alternatives. I was managing director for IBM Blockchain Ventures. So if you want to blame someone for the failure of enterprise blockchain networks, I'm a very good target. But we have to actually realize enterprise blockchain networks were V1 of trying to put all of the world's workflows on chain. They failed for a very important reason. The reason was no integrated blockchain middleware. That meant that multiple parties trying to transact couldn't actually do it better on-chain than the off-chain alternative. So I think it's clear now that many decentralized applications and even enterprise applications will be running on public chains. So the questions we have to answer, if the market's going to get bigger, if everything's going to run on chain eventually, how will we basically be able to architect common workflows in a decentralized world? I think it's going to happen because of the power of we. I'm excited to tell you why. So I got into Web3 when I was managing director of ecosystem and investments at Chainlink. And I went to Chainlink because I thought it could be the default connectivity between everything on-chain and everything off-chain. As I talked with hundreds of projects, lots of VCs, one thing became apparent, and this is important. Chainlink made DeFi because of verifiable computations, price and data feeds. That's one computation going into a smart contract. If you want the whole world to operate on-chain at scale, you need verifiable workflows, lots of different computations working together to create an on-chain outcome. And I'll get back to what verifiable workflows are shortly, but let me first set the stage. So BNB wants to bring 1 billion users on chain. I'm firmly convinced, as I have to as a founder, that verifiable workflows are going to be the key to making that happen. And let's talk about the size of this opportunity. It's absolutely massive. We are an N of 1 right now in this market, and I'll explain why. But if you think about the major cloud providers, why are they worth trillions? It's because they combine different types of computations in an integrated fashion to help people build better IT or business use cases. If you believe that everything's going to come on chain, which I do, whoever owns the layer that's powering those workflows is going to accrue a lot of value. Now, we've been working at this for a while. Our purpose is to increase the total addressable market for Web3 and for Web3 compute. We have a sustainable business model. There's lots of ways we can make money: transaction fees, payment fees, membership fees. Our point is to make the industry bigger, but we've built a sustainable business model around that. Now, I've been working in blockchain for a while now. I can tell you this is the first project I've been affiliated with. Every project call we have, we find something to do with the project. It's a 100% success ratio. So we have clearly found product market fit. And why? We brought everybody together. I've spent the last year and a half over sushi dinners, more Zoom calls than I'd want to imagine, lots of very cool swag, bringing the off-chain compute stack together. We have 60 partners. It starts all the way up with layer 0 Axelar at the messaging layer, goes down to Akash and Hyperbolic and Render at the bottom, and everything in between. If you're going to build a verifiable workflow, you have to have access to all sorts of off-chain computational resources. Otherwise, it cannot be done. This is the front door by which it happens. The industry's backing us. We got CEOs from EigenLayer, Babylon, Space and Time. Many of our partners invested in our round. They voted with their pocketbook. They know this is required for the industry to grow and scale. And that's what I firmly believe as well. So let's talk, what is a verifiable workflow? A verifiable workflow is 2 or more off-chain computational resources that come together to create a business or an IT outcome on chain. So let's talk about the ingredients. That's all the 60 partners I talked about. There's 3 levels here: Avail, Pith, Space and Time. Then there's recipes. This could be interoperable RWAs. This could be LRT or LST automation. It could be in-game analytics. So there's all sorts of things you do when you can combine these cool off-chain computational resources into recipes. Then the recipes plug into solutions. As a token-based open source protocol, we will generally focus on ingredients. We want other people building the recipes and the ingredients based upon their unique technological advantages or the outcomes they're interested in. Now, why is this going to be amazing for BNB Chain? If you have verifiable workflows, you can basically have better access to Web3 tech, better Web3 dApps, and better Web3 ecosystems. It's pretty cool. And verifiable workflows increase users, transaction, and TVL through better DeFi, better gaming, better social, and better AI. So let's just talk about RWA interoperability. In order for on-chain RWAs to be better than the off-chain alternatives, you have to be able to leverage them and get more financial value out of them. Issuance is simply not enough. So if you need to do RWA interoperability, you need multiple resources. You need on-chain data, off-chain data, security, identity, messaging. We bring this all together to make on-chain RWA workflows substantially better. And the great news is once a recipe is built once, everybody can use it. So it compounds. So I think if BNB Chain is focused on RWAs, these are the types of workflows you need to actually make this happen. and we can build them. And it doesn't stop just on RWAs. You want better DeFi? We've got about 10 ideas about better DeFi. And I challenge anybody in the room, if you want to try to stump me, I will spec out a use case for you. Just imagine a situation where BNB ecosystem had access to all of these things out of the box for builders and users. This is going to be the most innovative DeFi ecosystem in the entire industry. And as I said, this applies to, I got lots of other ideas for social and everything else. So come talk to me. We're the team that's going to make this happen, okay? This is 2 years of work to put together this network. There are substantial network effects, so Forever can do this first. There's not going to be 2 of these. We are well positioned technologically. We have a chief scientist from Cornell. He's an expert in distributed systems. We've built and we've scaled projects. There's only a need for one of these industry utilities to run Web3 compute, and it's going to be us. We're 2 years ahead of the competition, and now we're scaling. Thank you very much, and let me know if you have any questions.
Can you go through the details about the user experience of your product?
So the front end is kind of like a Zapier. We're a platform as a service or a channel protocol. So we actually don't care who owns the front end. So if this needed to plug into Third Web, we're totally cool. We're in the ingredients business, but what we have is the front end is like drag and drop functionality. Just think about it with workflows. The user decides which projects they want to use. So if you love Wormhole, you use Wormhole. If you love Layer 0, use Layer 0. It's up to the user. We put it into an interoperable format so we can get verified workflows.
What kind of workflow we will begin first? So what kind of workflow do you think that have the biggest demand to be verifiable?
So we have talked with lots of projects in the BNB ecosystems and lots of other ecosystems. And I think the special sauce here is kind of open source configurations, which allow people to collaborate basically by outsourcing the trust to the trustless computational bubble. So if you think about RWA interoperability, you have lots of different asset issuers. If they're going to actually use that in a way that you can facilitate financial value exchange, you have to have an open source config, common rails and common resources that people are using to manage that process. So we're seeing interest there. We're seeing interest in LRT or LST-based protocol automation. You need a common standard for proof of reserve and proof of transactions in order for LRT or LST ecosystems to be sustainable. So there's 2 vectors. One is making a Web3 game better, and another is an open source config that everybody can plug into to make an ecosystem better. We're playing at both of those levels.
Questions from our judges? Thank you so much to Web3.io, and thank you for introducing the potential contribution to us. And next, let's welcome GameHero to the stage.
Hi, good afternoon, panel and fellow builders. I'm Wenshen from GameHero. Right, so we are building a Web3 game store. Right, so just a brief recap of the I think the distribution of video games. Right, so in the 80s and 90s, this one is from ChatGPT. Right, so in the 80s and 90s, right, so games were distributed in the physical media. Right, cartridges, CD, DVDs, and maybe later on, right, some games were distributed via FTP server, BitTorrent, right, shareware, and so on. So, but I think in the 80s and 90s, the value of the gaming industry were held mainly in the console owners, right. All right, there was also some online fresh games were loaded with advertisement, casino games, right. Yeah, and that was the before 2000, right? So in the 2000, Steam was launched, right? Mainly to distribute Counter-Strike, but later on it became a full-fledged digital game store, right? Then the consoles, right? Xbox, PlayStation, they began these game stores, right? With small games at first, limited stuff, right? Then in 2008. All right, with iPhone, there was also the introduction of the App Store, and that began the mobile revolution, right? And the value began to shift, right, from I think the console owners to the platform owners, right? Mainly Android and Apple, right? And of course, with the launch of the 8th gen console, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, right? You can download fully sized games from the console game stores, right? Later on, there was an attempt on cloud gaming and game streaming, right? But I personally, I think it didn't take off, right? With the rise of Web3 blockchain-based stores, right? We are trying to. I think this Web3 game store is trying to revolutionize how gaming is done, right? We want to allow players to buy, sell, own in-game assets like NFTs, right? And GameFi platforms also integrate decentralized finance with gaming, and we are able to reward players financially, right? So the aim is to convert and capture, right, the almost 200 billion gaming industry from Web 2 to Web 3. Right. So, right, so GameHero, we are trying to position ourselves as a Web 3 game store. Right, so here are some of the challenges and problems for current Web 3 game stores. Right, so for players, it's about finding safe and trustworthy game stores, right, ensuring their currency or the tokens will not disappear or lose value, right, ensuring their online anonymity, and purchasing tokens could be complex, right, and cumbersome, especially for young gamers, right. So for developers, right, integrating Web3 functionalities like token economies, NFT implementation require some technical hurdles, right. It could be a barrier for the studios, particularly smaller ones, right. So the current infrastructure can lead to delay in settling transactions, right, impacting player experience and the studio cash flow. And so studio also struggle to tap into the wider Web3 user base, right, due to the fragmented nature of the current Web3 gaming landscape, right? So there's also the rise of hacks and scams in the crypto space, right, which is a concern. So our solution, right, is to create a Web3 game store that redefines game ownership, community interaction, and transaction for both players and developers. So players go to GameHero.com, right, to discover games, right? So player buy games and contents using Hero Go, and our user will be able to participate in airdrops, lucky draws, and mini games to get rewards, right? Particularly in this Hero EXP, right? So they are able to buy, sell, swap tokens within the store, right? Okay, so one of our unique selling point is we want to, like how today is the game store or the app store credits, like Play Store credits, right? So the user will convert stablecoin and fiat into Hero Go, right? And of course, they can spend the Hero Go into to purchase game contents, NFTs, and so on. But the idling Hero Go, right, will be allowed to grow, right? And in a way, passively be doing an investment, right? So, okay, so in summary, right, so we aim to become a Web3 game store that benefits both gamers and players to allow seamless experience in discovery, play, transaction, wallet management, and by providing an in-app wallet, giving access to DeFi and allowing the player to earn, right? So we will work with developers for an effortless Web3 integration, providing them a one-stop shop for listing, transaction, community engagement, and analytics, right? So all this with a low gas fee and a sustainable architecture with new features added over time. All right, if you would like to work with us, yeah, you can reach out to us here. All right, thank you.
May I know like what kind of games you already partner again?
And, right now we are building the platform. I mean, we have a BD team in Singapore, right? Trying to get new games to onboard, right? As I say, it's very fragmented right now, right? So I think the next few years will be a fight for marketplace monopoly, right? So eventually it may consolidate, but right now it's very fragmented, right? We are also prepared to build our own games, right? If the first games are hard to come on board, yeah.
So what would be the most attractive selling point that when you onboarding the third-party game into the platforms?
The last part?
The most attractive selling point for you to onboard the third-party gaming to your platform?
Yeah, as I mentioned just now, right? So, traditionally in a Web2 game, right, when the user convert cash to game credit, it goes straight into the developer, right? But we want to control our token, right, the hero goal, and so when the players or the gamers, right, purchase and content, then the developer will be paid, right? So we are going to how I would say do this layer, the payment layer for the developers, so much so that they only need to, that means they only need to care, right, about developing their content and how to make use of the hero goal, all right, to give the gamers new stuff, right? So so when the players purchase content, the developer will be paid immediately, right? So we hope to ease the payment woes. Usually, getting paid is difficult for developers. Yeah.
Can you make an intro about your team?
Okay. So yeah, I realized the introduction of the team is a criteria just now, right? So right now I'm the technical lead, right? My CEO he's in Korea right now, so unable to make it here, right? We are supported by Hela, so they also run their own layer one, right? And currently for the security part we are advised by Absala, right? So there is the development is in Indonesia and Vietnam, and then the business development is done in Singapore. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's welcome our next project, XPIN, to the stage. And thank you, GameHero.
All right, hello everyone. I realize this is probably the last session of the whole morning. I'll just try to make it more introductive and also interesting. I see some familiar faces and friends, so thanks for having the time for me to introduce our story. So, XPIN. So our game is really to build a decentralized wireless network that is secure, easy access, and affordable for all the consumers. So we define ourselves as consumer DeFi. Just echo back what Andrew was saying earlier on. We focus on three pillars. First one, the third one, focus on bringing traditional Web2 users into Web3 and creating a more sort of a user case for the consumers. Before I jump into the actual product introduction, I'd like to just give everybody a prototype of our product that is actually usable right now. So if you have network connectivity problems, look out for SSID XP 1 and 2, and you'll get easy access by entering password 181. So quickly just show to the judges of our product. It's actually converting the cellular networking to Wi-Fi and enhanced antenna inbuilt. So that's the product that we're currently offering right now. Right, so how big is our business? I guess we come from a traditional IoT space. Now, everybody talk about data network, wireless network connectivities. Our business model is simple. We ask consumer to purchase the devices once, but consumer has to continuously purchase data plans and continuous top up. This is a repurchase scenario. Now, our business model is as simple as it is. But this simple business model is sustainable, and it has a $5.7 trillion business worldwide. So what's important here is we're not trying to create a new demand. We're not trying to create a demand ourselves, or in the old days, try to provide a fake demand. We actually try to solve the existing problems and make it more efficient and more sustainable. Now, as of today, we have already working with 300 plus carriers worldwide and be able to cover 200 plus countries and regions. These are our existing partners. Now, most important that we different from the previous participators is that we're not working on a single carriers model or single carrier resale model, where you're limited by the existing data plans or existing network coverage, and you don't have any negotiating bargaining power. We're working with actually every single one of them to provide the services. So our network coverage is the most, and also our pricing is the cheapest. Here is our existing product offerings. Now, you've also just see PowerLink just now. So our first off eSIM, global eSIM is already in the Telegram mini app. We're actually working with a couple of partners for the marketing campaign already. The PowerLink is essentially an enhanced antenna reception amplifier to convert the cellular network into a Wi-Fi network, and at the same time provide you with a power charging ability. XPIN box is one of the flagship devices that can be used actually in the home and also in the office space. Now, we haven't mentioned there's our ultimate product that is not yet released but about to is our mini station. So essentially the mini station will be able to connect to Starlink and provide the network connectivity to rural places, the likes of yards, boats, and on top of the mountain. Now, down below are all the collective products that are already working with us. Was to mention on the very left side, we just signed up the contract with a lawn mover entity manufacturer that is require all the devices to be plugged in so that they can actually track the device condition and status and give the feedbacks on all the maintenance status. Now, with our current market strategy, we're already working with a couple of partners as we listed here in the Telegram. So we already have those products out. At the moment, with our technology capability, we're able to offer the data package to cover any country for any duration for any data package volume, right? That's of today. But with our token launch in near future after TGE, we're actually trying to build a unified billing system and unified data plan that allows users to actually use and pay for the data plan globally with a standard pricing. And at the same time, very most important is to be able to tokenize your current data plan. So give you an example. Today, if you purchase a roaming data globally, if you don't use it, you waste it. But with our token and tokenized data plan in future, you can actually sell it back to the community and us. So that creates, you're essentially not wasting your data usage, and you're actually not being, overpaid for your data plans. Here's a quick competitive analysis among our peers in the market, and it's not only from Web3 but also from Web2. So as you can see from network coverage perspective, data package perspective, we're actually way beyond the curve right now. Here's our technology infrastructure. Now we have two layers of technology capabilities. On the traditional ones, we're offering as a SaaS services, but most importantly, we introduce blockchain and technology to actually incentivize our players from individual companies, corporate institutions to actually join us into this whole community. And that in that way, we can actually incentivize and give the rewards back to the community, whoever is building the networks together with us. And very most importantly, on the left bottom side, we actually bring telco operators, the existing carriers, as part of our nodes, and also provide the incentivizations and reward to them so that they can actually become our validator and a node validator for the integrity of the data. Here's a quick team introduction. Our founder has been expert in IoT space for past 15 years, successfully helped companies from startup companies to list codes. Our COO actually are expert in products and user growth. So the combination of the team actually has a different background, and we bring all the expertise together. Here are some facts. As of today, now, our monthly revenue has been hitting $500,000 just within this month, just because we have very massive marketing campaigns going on at the moment. Our total eSIM sell has reached 70,000, and our total volume of hardware devices sell has reached to 1,500. And as you can see, we are now already supporting multiple chains payment method, especially we're working with Binance Pay on the payment. Now, what's to mention for all the current marketing campaigns and co-branding, we can pretty much work with anyone in the Web3 space and Web2 space to make a very customizable plans for pretty much all the users. And just bear in mind, our project launch is only 3 months. So I think the numbers here actually speak for itself. All right, so what can we bring to Binance or BNB Chain? So all the users or consumers in our network are real users, and they have been authenticated. They are real, they're not bots. And everybody has a purchase behavior because one way or another, a consumer will have to pay using their cryptocurrency. Right, so all the genuine on-chain transactions, so including payments, trading, and mining activities, everything is authentic and everything is real and it's true, it's not washed. Data and it's not redundant data in the entire network. We increase the asset retention through PayFi because of the tokenization and also our token generation. We actually promote and advocate the idea of buy now, pay never. Basically, if the consumer actually use our tokens and use our devices, the more more networks that you share and the more sort of participation you are in the network will generate more coins and tokens for you. And you can use the token back for the purchase of all the services that we have offering. And last but not the least, because we're a DePIN infrastructure service provider, so all the projects in DePIN space, we are the one that are able to support and provide network connectivity for all the projects on any of the chains right now. Okay, so our vision is really free the data, free the world. So if everybody is interested in our project, you can scan the QR code and we will actually giving out free 7 days eSIM for today's event. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone's participation and open up for questions.
So how do you protect the privacy and the data if our device is linked to your device? And I think there are a lot of data, collected by your device.
Correct. So there are a couple of things from a data privacy perspective. We are actually working on the mechanism to actually protect on the chain itself to prevent the data leakage. But most importantly, all the data we're talking about here are actually cellular network, which is different from the traditional, what we call Wi-Fi or so-called fiber network at home. The cellular network has the most secure mechanism by itself already. And because our platform underneath are continuously switching between different carrier, and we actually automatically sort of search for the best receptions carrier. So the fragmented data has been protected on the SaaS platform already. And on top of that, we use blockchain technology to actually enhance and wrap up the privacy. So in the way, it's not only not hackable, but also from a telco layer that's already blocked.
Okay. And how do you create a sustainable business model? Because when we look at all kinds of DePIN projects like IONET, like Helium, they don't have a sustainable business model. So what will you do to make it sustainable if you launch a token?
Right. So there's a couple of ways. First off, the most common questions that we got is how you compare yourself with Helium, for example. We kind of sort of define ourselves as global Helium in that fashion. Second is on the sustainability. Now, the business we're in is data, wireless data network. Now, everybody uses data networks one way or another today. It's like food and drinks that you can't live without. Even all the travelers now in this room are somehow paying for roaming data, I believe. So it's a fundamental demand. It's not a new creation of demand that we are creating for, or fake demand that we're creating for the community. So everybody uses. Now, this model is different in the way that, like I mentioned before, for consumers to actually, it's a high frequency repurchase scenario or business case. It's not a low frequency, like it's a food and drink. You have to purchase every day. You pay for your home usage every day as well. So by issuing the token will be able to use as the way of purchasing the data package to make it sustainable. So the business itself is already a sustainable business, but we're actually adding the tokenization and tokenomics on top of that to incentivize people to continuously using it. And one way is that we are creating a one of the kind data package in the entire current plan. So if you compare the competitors or the existing telco providers, none of them can provide the data package like we do. Fully customizable. Some of the package in the way it does not even have an expiry date. So we tend to incentivize people to actually continue to use token to buy it. That's one way of doing consumed it. But on the other side, the token will be actually used for governance in the future. So whoever participating into the entire community actually will have the voting rights and voting weightage among the whole community to actually vote for what kind of package is best for the consumer. So that way we create a positive circulation for the token. Yeah.
Sorry, you go.
Quick question. On the token economic side, how are the tokens subsidizing the data plan that you guys are building? Is it more like teaming up with projects and them doing tasks specifically to subsidize, or is it the token itself that you guys are building that's subsidizing these data plans?
We are trying to build a unified data plan that can standardize the pricing across the platform for future. Now, if you look at right now, if you're in France, you're paying for local telco for X amount of euro, and if you're in Singapore, you pay Singtel for X amount of SGD for different packages. And people, when across border, you'll be confused of what kind of package actually you can use. Well, what we try to create is using our token to standardize the pricing. So for example, if you travel from US to Europe, one token will equal to X amount of data for X amount of days, regardless where you go. So that's how you standardize that. And then your price will deduct by the tokens that we issue. But of course, we can work with projects on a separate occasion to customize it to a certain extent. But our plan is really to unify the entire plan and also tokenize the plan so that you can actually sell back with the standard pricing.
Okay, so maybe my mental model is wrong because right now I use Airlo. So like even today that I bought Airlo, like I have dollars, right? And I use dollars when I go to Istanbul and I buy an Airlo package, and I use dollars when I buy for Thailand. Now, from the standardization that you guys are doing with your tokens, I'm just curious, like, how does standardization, because right now I use dollars for buying both packages, but it seems like it costs one to, like in Thailand, because I'm using like DTAC over here, and I'm using whatever the Singapore like teleco is over there when I'm buying for dollars. So like, I'm trying to understand what's this, like, how are you getting the price to be lower basically on this data plan with the standardization of the token economics?
Right, there's probably two layers or two sides of the question. First thing is from an absolute dollar value perspective. Now, what we can offer as of today is already the lowest from dollar cents, whether it's Singapore, Istanbul, or anywhere else. That's already happening today. Now, our plan is with the future token launches, the token will have its own value, of course, after the circulation, after the secondary market. But when it comes to absolute dollar value, we still have the lowest pricing that you can subsidize or deduct based on how much token you actually own. For example, if our token is $5 today, you pay $1 for a data plan, it will essentially means 20% of your token was for that price. But if our token become $10 in future, then essentially you're actually lower that token usage.
I have two questions. Seems like this is not just a eSIM DPIN project.
No.
The devices that you just shared us can also be like a power bank to charge your phone. And I also thought there's a concept called XSIM. So can you elaborate more on details about what exactly this product is about? It's not just eSIM. What it is? Yeah.
Right. Okay. So from our project perspective, we provide a whole full spectrum of devices that's able to connect us via wireless networks or cellular network. Now, eSIM, you're absolutely right. eSIM is one of our product, but it's we always consider this as our dessert. It's not a main product. The main product is actually the PowerLink, the NanoLink, and also the MIDI stations in the previous slides. So I'll just right. So to differentiate that, I think from eSIM perspective, it's similar to other projects or other products in the market. But PowerLink is actually not a power bank. Let me just clarify. PowerLink is actually a device that has an enhanced antenna inbuilt in the PCB board that gives you enhanced network from cellular. So for example, if now today you're using eSIM or using your current SIM card for 5G connectivity in this room, our PowerLink actually gives you more enhanced network connectivity. But at the same time, because of the technology that we're building in, we're allowed to put the power banks, the chargeable battery into the box. But the whole purpose of that box is actually not for just charging, but it's more of a network connectivity. And this device actually support up to 10 to 15 devices at the moment. With the XPIN box, again, it doesn't have any chip or SIM card built in. It's actually also a antenna actually embedded into the devices. And that device supported up to 128 devices in the same time. So it's very suitable for smaller sort of areas or home uses and office. So if you only compare eSIM, that's a similar, but the rest are not related to SIM card at all.
Thank you. For the second question, in terms of the on-chain integration part, you mentioned that there's going to be multi-chain payments enabled in the product, but beside that, there is also trading and mining functions there. Can you elaborate more on that?
Sure. So we're in the near future after TG, we're actually trying to build an entire ecosystem where it's not only for generated token for consume, but also actually used for voting, for governance. And at the same time, whoever is participating into the project or the ecosystem will actually have a mechanism to actually provide mining functionality. Now, detailed mining algorithm, we're still working on the details, but essentially it's based on how much product or how many network connectivity you are actually sharing with the external, and then determining the weightage that you can participating into the entire ecosystem. So that's what we mentioned by mining activities. The mining is not exactly like POS, but it's sort of proof of your communication. So all consensus is actually proof of communication. All the validator has to validate the device's status on chain, and also the actual usage is active, which means it's real and it's live, before it becomes a valid weightage into the entire formulas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from our judges? Thank you, XPIN.
Okay, thank you very much.
And let's welcome our next project, FunFusion, on the stage. Welcome.
Hi everyone. It's a little bit cold for me, so I put my hand in the pocket. So I'm Kate from FunFusion project. I'm very happy to have chance to share with the judge and also everyone here about our project. We are the Web3 for entertainment, and let's start. So
sẽ chúc mừng cho anh tài có điều nhảy đấy thì đó chính là anh tài đang ạ. Nhảy tiếng Anh và gọi là sexy sao?
So can you stop the video, please?
sẽ chúc mừng.
Okay. Yeah, so the video showed that there are 6 brothers as the 6th winner from an NFT voting competition from one show of one group that has different shows. So FunFusion, we provide the complete Web3 solution for Year 1 group. Year 1 group has 26 subsidiaries, and we provide a Web3 solution to the group of that. So this is what we did in Vietnam last month. And to know about our product, I will share more about like it is one of the activity that FunFusion do in Vietnam and also across Asia. So the video, you see that the video is one of the show in Anh Trai Vượt Ngàn Chông Gai. Is the show for 25,000 people in the concert with more than 40 million viewers on YouTube. And this is the first of two shows. And another show is Sister Johnny Way originally from Mango TV in China. And what we're building, we start from FunFusion, start from fan economy. We figure out the change, the opportunity, huge opportunity in entertainment field. And we start from fan economy of specifically into shows from Mango TV and Year One in Vietnam. But it's not only that this is just like Web3 entertainment system that we provide for the show. It's one of 5 things listed here. You can see besides the NFT activity, Web3 solution, we also build the Web3 account that access to mass users for the entertainment field in Asia for different idols and different shows, different concerts, music concerts, festivals. So the Web2 user can come into Web3 very easily. This next one, we also collaborate with corporation for the merchandise exchange, and we are trying to linking the IP, NFT, blockchain, and also in real life merchandise for the for merchandise exchange and let user trade a brand related item. And this is like exclusive, and you cannot buy anywhere else except the IP of the show or the concert or the idol. And we also doing casual games and concert ticket. Like for casual game, it means like in specific one show, there's the game for, like for example, this show has 30 brothers, and for one brother, it is the famous celebrity in Vietnam and has 1,000 like the massive fans, and they do the game for one idol, and we have different idols for games for different people in the show. So you can see like we can have huge user. And last one, we also do the concert ticket. Like I believe we do believe that everyone here also know about the one reality show or one concert, and every concert, if it is applied a NFT on the ticket, it can solve many problem in the event. So this is what we start. It's one of the show. Let me show you. The thing is, we're very proud that in the MPV in Vietnam, we already apply the user to use the VND to vote for the idols, and you can see there are 5 package for NFT voting. And yeah, there's few metrics from one show that we already achieved. There are 5 metrics, but let me share with you the. We're very proud that 35% repurchase rate. So from 5 NFT voting packet, the user come back to the FunFusion NFT voting and they buy the NFT voting again. So this is this metric is like one of the key that for the team to grow every day. And from until now, from one show we have 40 million cover user from the viewers and other KYC user, average customer spend, and we are the first one that provide the Web3 data infrastructure for entertainment. Yeah, this is the whole picture that FunFusion is doing. We are NFT voting or show or concert is some activity in the whole economy that we are doing. By the success, following the success from year one sister joining Wave and Call Me by Fire from year one group that I already show you. Different partners in entertainment field asking year one to refer us to them to make money from monetize for the show for idols, and also from our network we have the full of networks of entertainment corporations in Asia. So not only in Vietnam, we are also discuss with other partners like IME Entertainment Group Asia, who has the different shows in Asia, and BTS company, Mango TV, other partners in Hong Kong, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and more to come. The next show is in capital of Vietnam and also in Thailand district. We also discuss with some partner in Thailand for the concert. It will be there's logo of FunFusion soon. You can see in the show in Thailand. This is the economy flow. Economy flow from the token and also like NFT ticket. This is our team. For the last one, let's relax with one relaxed video that we did. It's the Lomo card. Lomo card is very popular in entertainment, but this is the first time in Vietnam that we create a community and we allow the community of Web2 user to trade the Lomo card, and then we will convert that Lomo card into NFT and they can trade. It is very friendly, not only for Web2 user, but only Web3 user. So let's relax with the video. Yeah, that's all. Thank you for listening. So if any one here have question, please ask me.
Yeah. So how do you convert this user into real Web3 users, because they have no idea about like crypto or like tokens? So how do you educate them?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I would answer that there are two main things to convert the Web2 user to Web3. It takes time because there are a lot of educational activity for them. So it mainly divided into two things. The first one is the user flow on the product, and the second one is the community that we do the educational content every day. So let's talk about the I will share about the user flow first. We did in the show like everyone can coming Web2 user can come to the product and they will log in by the most popular application in Vietnam, and they will can after the login there will be the address for them to like immediately for them to buy the NFT by BNB, and then we also create the another flow for the user to learn about what is the address, and then they can know about it more through other activity through the marketing. And move to the second one, we do the educational activity in the event and also in content and partner with the Vietnamese NFT community in Vietnam to share about more about the show, about entertainment, and collab with idols to do it. Thank you.
Do you have on-ramp, off-ramp service for these users to lower the barrier to onboard into your product?
Yeah, for the on-ramp or off-ramp, would you mind if I invite our co-founder and CEO to the stage to answer that with me?
Yeah, sure, sure.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So let me introduce you, Bako. It is co-founder. He's co-founder and CEO of FunFusion. I just have the ability to have the passion to share about the project for the strategy behind FunFusion. Bako has full of that, so I really want to introduce with the church about Bako to answer that question.
I also want to ask the last question. First, we have a lot of traffic from the Web2, and our attraction is that we can collect all the celebrities, fans community. Our fans leader like such as our node, and we just educate the fans leader, and then fans leader teach the audience, teach the users. So we just only collaborate with the Web2 fans leader and pay more attention to the fans leader, teach them how to use the crypto, how to use the Web3. So we naturally get a lot of traffic from the Web2. So our utilities also can let the fans and fans community to connect with each other to voting for their idols. So that is the last question. Yeah.
May I know more in details about your agreement with those entertainment company in different countries? Like, what is the agreement about? Then what is the like business or revenue sharing model you're going to have with them?
First time I want to share my personally experience. I have been in entertainment industry for many years, so I have some experience and BD resources with the entertainment company. So we talk with them about the agreement, and so they know the Web3 and they know the wallet, but we teach the users directly, and they don't need to in charge of so many knowledge of the Web3. So that is this is a processing we need to discuss. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing with us FunFusion. And let's welcome our next project on the stage. Fara, welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, judges, audiences. Introducing Fara today. So Fara is a decentralized cipher storage and an open source database for FHE computations. And it's also a natural incentive for all the other projects. So here's the world that we're living in. So we can hear all the data breaches all the time. You get crypto hacking. So you got front running MEV attack. All those can actually solve with FHE, especially when you're doing like data sharing. And then one of the judges mentioned about DeSci. FHE is perfectly suited for them. And it's also what we're offering. So before I dive in, I'm going to do a little introduction on what's FHE. So FHE allows encrypted data to be computed without ever decrypting it. So it maintains security throughout the processing. And people like Vitalik is really bullish on FHE's potential in crypto space. So here are the 4 solutions that we're going to offer. That's how we're going to solve the issues that I mentioned. So first is the cloud storage and open source database that's suited just for FHE. So because the feature of the FHE, we ensure the secure uploads and the data uploaded could be used for anyone, since it could maintain the privacy and do computations without ever decrypting it. And then we have a ZK FHE Oracle that's originally published by us. So for the database integrity, we use ZK to validate the data if they contain some unwanted data, and then ensuring the only clean stuff will be uploaded to the open source database, and then but you can store anything you want, just like you're using iCloud for the CN users. And here's the interesting part. So the 30% of the storage purchase amount will be converted into FHBNB, and then with 10% revenue sharing. So that's why we call ourselves a natural incentive engine for all the other projects. So here's how exactly going to work. So imagine you're a project, you use any project that you need a database. You need some sort of storage to store your users' information, and then whatever. So if you're a GameFi, you're a DEX, doesn't matter. So you're in your app, provide any kind of activity from your user. That will be a data contribution. So say you do a token swap, you do a gaming activity, that's the data will be contributed to the database, and then you will earn the FHBNB. And then with our incentive engine, you contribute, and then you will earn FHBNB, and you can restake it in the ecosystem. Say in our partner with Kernel, Karak, Lisa DAO, and Binomial, you can restake that. So your user, if you're using our storage, your user will not only earn your token, but our token, and then restake it in our ecosystem. So 5 additional earning just to be the incentive for your user, and then help you to retain users. And then for all those I just mentioned, will be happening on BNB Chain, because we are using BNB Chain, BNB Greenfield as the foundation of the decentralized storage. So, and then last thing is our optimized FHE library. So we offer API and SDK, and then we currently have the fastest algorithm for FHE computation. We support the 4 major programming language in blockchain, and then we have papers published on Crypto and AsiaCrypt, and then validated we are the fastest FHE computation algorithm. So why would developers choose us in the first place? So for the pricing, we are very competitive, just a little bit it's more expensive than AWS. And then we provide an easy replacement for AWS S3, and then allow developers to seamlessly transition from other services. And then of course, our bonus incentive for your projects that's building on us, well, your user will have a lot of incentive just by you using our storage. And then here are the like tech savvy part. So we develop a FHE scheme that outperforms existing solution in both speed and security and scale. So from the external products to key switching, we have 2 times and 4 times faster speed with FHE algorithm, reduce the storage requirements by nearly 3 times, and improves the bootstrapping speed by 2 times comparing to Zama's FHE algorithm. So they're the industry leader currently for FHE computation. But you know, our papers and all those are published, and then actually last month, Zama shared our paper in their community saying, "Oh, this is the fastest algorithm," and then in the market right now, and then they shared it. So all I'm saying, in these past 2 slides, we have the fastest, the safest way to secure and then encrypt all your data in our storage. So for the go-to-market, so we will have a we're launching a Fara share. It's like a Dropbox, so you can easily share your stuff. You can share like pitch deck, and then like photos of like today's event. It will be easy to spread. And then you know, we got inspired by CyberConnect's link 3 that they have the huge amount of CN user traffic just by they using the link 3, and then that's why we do this Fara share. And then you can easily to share your deck and all those just for us to easy to grab the CN users. And then here's the roadmap. So we're really early. So we started less than 2 months ago in September this year, but we are launching our product by the end of this year. We'll have our storage out, and then simple API SDK for data encryption, decryption, and for the data tokenization with restaking mechanism. And then so from next year and beyond, we're with future plans just focusing on ecosystem expansion and aiming to hit 1 million revenue by mid next year. TG will be early Q3 next year. And then here's the team introduction. So my co-founder Bin Wu, he's a 3rd-year PhD student at Chinese Academy of Science, and then he's also the fastest single key multi-key FHE algorithm creator, and then he has five years experience in cybersecurity, especially in the FHE sector. And then myself, major in comp sci and management, supposed to graduate last summer, but took many gap years creating my previous project, Gen Z's favorite project, which went viral in China on TikTok especially. And then yeah, so we're the team strength. We are pretty solid in our tech part, and then with previous experiences on the Web2 social app that I've been built, which ultimately got acquired in my junior year of college, and then we hit 400,000 paying users, and then over 1 billion views in traditional Web2 space. Yeah, and then that's it. Thank you. Ready to take on questions.
I have a quick question. I know you guys have created the fastest algorithms for FHE, but granted, FHE is still slow. You know, or there's like limited the types of kind of operations you can do on chain. I'm very curious, like, what are the trade-offs, or is the latency basically kind of restrict the types of application that can use your storage, or yeah, just talk to
right. That's a great question. So although it's still slow, but our own algorithm is we reinvented the entire. If you want to go back to the structure of the FHE stuff. So if you can see that the one the Zamas are using is the metrics and the vector 1 times 2, and then so each time they do the computation will be slower each time. And then we're using 1 times 1. So we basically reinvent the entire TFHE structure, and that's why we can keep it slow for each computation. So no matter how many times of computation you do, it maintains the same time requirements, and then that's how we keep it fast.
Are there any current restrictions just in general, like GameFi or something like that, that's need specific like latency issues that you can't do, or like what are the types of applications basically that you think that would best be suited for a product like yours?
Right. There's basically no restriction. You can upload. You can whatever application that you want to build, so your DEX, GameFi, whatever. All those can be stored using our storage. And then if you happen to store on our storage, not only you can earn tokens, but you made all the other transaction happen actually on BNB. Even if they building on different ecosystem or chain, they store it on our storage. They're BNB users, right?
Any other questions from our judges? To Fara. I guess. Thank you, Fara. Thank you so much. And we're gonna have lunch. Yay! We're gonna have lunch. So lunch is gonna be serving outside, and see you back soon. The lunch is you're gonna have 15 minutes for your lunch, so rush, and I'll see you back for the next session after 15 minutes.
Hey everyone, good afternoon. Hope you guys had a great lunch. Or if you're still having your lunch, it's fine. If you would like to, you can join us for our panel later on. It will be about consumer and social apps. How do they leverage on AI? So we will start in about 1 minute. So take your seats or bring your food over if you want to. We'll start in 1 minute. And yeah, see you guys. All right. So yeah, we are here on our next event, which is consumer and social apps leveraging on AI. I will introduce our guests. Oh, Nathan is here. Okay. All right. So we have almost everyone here. So let's welcome our guests. First of all, Nell from Seraph. Please give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Yeah. Now. All right. Have a seat. Next, Warren from Google Cloud. And we have Wayne from Meet 48. And last for now, Ethan from Particle Network. So we are still waiting for Open Ledger, but due to time constraints, we will start the panel first. So don't be surprised if suddenly someone hops in. We will adapt accordingly, all right? All right, so I will start off by introducing myself. I'm Walter from Business Development at BNB Chain. So a pleasure to be here having a panel with very interesting projects. Like they're all from like different areas. So I think this chat will be great. And let me allow the guests to introduce about themselves and their project. So maybe you can start off with Nell from Seraph.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to BIA. And my name is Nell from the brand director at Seraph. So Seraph is a play-to-earn game that's deployed on the BNB chain. We do have a booth there. You can speak with our team members over the booth. And we are happy to be here. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next, we got a flow.
Okay, hello, this is Warren. So I come from Google Cloud and I cover the venture capital and startup ecosystem for North Asia for Google Cloud. Glad to be here.
Thank you. Next.
Hey, Walter. Thanks for inviting me. I'm Wayne. I'm the co-founder of Me48. So we're basically a fan engagement platform that's partnering with like the biggest idol and pop star IPs in Southeast Asia, and we're helping them to monetize their fan base directly through voting and through token launching. Yep, that's it.
Very interesting profile picture. Yeah, next. Yeah.
My name is Ethan, although I go by the alias Tabasco. I do developer relations at Particle. The kind of TLDR of what we do at Particle is that we do a lot of user experience related things to make it easier for users to get in and start using Web3. Specifically, over the past year, we've been focused on something called chain abstraction through a product that we call universal accounts, which effectively, as a user, you can use a universal account to have a single balance that you can use across the entire ecosystem. So if I have USDC on Polygon, Base, and BNB chain, then that's actually a collective balance I can use anywhere, and it essentially eliminates the need to ever bridge again. So what we do at Particle is kind of simplify the experience for users and make things feel kind of more like Web2.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. So we'll hop into the question, which is about today's topic, where we have a lot of social and consumer applications on Web3, and Web3 is kind of similar with AI, in my opinion, where it enhances industries, like how Web3 enhanced finance side of things to have DeFi. So AI is kind of similar. So we would like to ask your opinion on how do you think AI is sort of like helping or even not helping, based on your opinion about consumer and social apps in the Web3 space. So maybe you can like go down the flow. You can start with Nell. Yeah. So how do you think like AI helps with consumer applications, social applications?
Sorry, I didn't prepare this question, but
No problem.
anyway.
Free shooting, no problem.
Yeah, but anyway. Right now, I think the AI start booming like two years ago. Like everything start with the ChatGPT, right? So everyone has been using a ChatGPT from the Model 3 until right now is the Model 4.0. I'm a fan of ChatGPT. I'm using it every day. So for me, I'm using it like to do the content marketing and then the PR articles writing. So basically, I just provide the main structure that I want, and then the GPT will help me to complete the rest. And I think it's helped us great in marketing because nowadays we need to do the marketing through the Twitter, and then also we need to publish on our news website. And you need a lot of manpower for this, but with the help of the AI, you can save a lot of manpower. And then also it produces great content. So for us, I think it's really effective, like in speaking to the users, to the consumer. Yeah, so that's my take.
Thank you. So it helps the devs in the like social content side of things. So interestingly, I did do that for this panel as well. Yeah. So yeah. Next up, maybe Warren, could you share opinion? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I think couple layers, right? So I come from an investment background, right? So this is one layer, but this is kind of interesting because now is kind of like, a very special moment for Web3 again, given, Bitcoin has been spiking up quite a lot recently. But if you, rewind the clock for, let's say, 6 to 12 months, that was not necessarily the hottest moment for Web3, right? But AI was super hot. So if you sort of like, package this concept of AI plus Web3, that's a great story for you to pitch investors. So I would say that's kind of like fundamental impact for Web3. If you add, a bit of concept and layer of AI, attracts eyeballs. And then the second layer I would say is, so obviously like, from a product perspective, like, because we're talking about AI, but specifically I think it's generative AI, right? So generative AI essentially is generating content, right? So if you want to build a Web3 products, you have to code, then you do have text to code. Essentially, that might make your life a bit easier. And then obviously, like, what Now just mentioned, like, when it comes to marketing, it generates a lot of great content, a lot easier than before. So it helps you market your product as well, compared to before. So I would say, like, from a fundraising perspective, from a product building perspective, like AI is definitely making Web3, obviously, like, a lot easier to work on.
Yeah, thank you. It does helps in like all processes that we do. Yeah, Win, please.
Just going off of Warren's point, I feel like I read a tweet yesterday, like saying how AI plus Web3 is basically arranged marriage. So like both parents want it to happen, but like the result is usually miserable. Sometimes it's fine, right? So it's like the current stage. It's mostly just for, the narrative, but I'm actually optimistic on the future because from our perspective, we think that data ownership in the future is absolutely essential for everybody, and blockchain would give credentials to that, right? And for companies like us with IPs, we're just monetizing our IPs through AI with our database. But like most IP companies are not open to do that at this point, which is why, the current AI generated virtual idols are not like super well received, right? But I believe that's the future, and I see like butts coming out. Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree. I think AI accelerate processes while like blockchain does another dimension in doing things. So thanks for sharing. Next up, Ethan, please.
Yeah, I guess my kind of hot take is that I think most AI implementations with Web3 is pretty gimmicky. I think a lot of it comes down to like, so typically whenever you look at AI and Web3, really AI in most consumer applications, it's like adding a chat interface to an app or to some service that lets you do things and the AI can coordinate those operations. I've had some panels this week talking about that type of future. I am not personally bought into the future where like the best way that we can figure out how to use AI is through adding chat interfaces to different applications, and that's the way that we use them. I don't think that that's going to be the main way that we actually use apps. I think we're going to continue just using apps as we do today. But I think in terms of how AI will eventually fit into that, for the record, I don't think this is really being done that much today. But I think that most AI will probably materialize at an infrastructural level. So what we do at Particle is that we do a lot of things with intents. I don't know if anybody's heard of this term, but with intents, you have something called solvers. Solvers are responsible for essentially making a transaction happen and having a path of transactions that can be executed that resolve a user's goal. So I want to, buy an NFT on Base and I have funds on Ethereum. However that needs to happen, make that happen for me, and that can be executed by a solver. In my opinion, AI is going to materialize more at that infrastructural layer where I've had some panels where you have talked about, AI solvers that can actually improve the degree of expressivity that users can have in the transactions that they do. So today, Web3 is incredibly complicated because I need to manually describe every step of the transaction process I want to do to reach my goal. So like I said, we can go back. Let's use an example of like I want to buy an NFT on BNB Chain, and I have some funds on Polygon and Ethereum, and I have some USDC on Solana, and I want to buy it. I want to use all that to buy something on BNB Chain. Today, that experience is miserable, and to actually make that happen, it's maybe an hour of work and bridging and trying to figure out how to swap tokens and convert tokens. Whereas if you have an AI agent solver, I go to that NFT, I click buy, And that can figure out what transactions need to make that happen to where I can actually use those funds to then purchase the NFT. I don't need to go and define that myself. So you can, in the background, have some sort of AI agent that can actually define those transactions and then tell your wallet what to execute. Then you just sign the transaction and it happens. I think that's where we're going to see some of the more useful implementations materialize, is in that lower level that just allows me to do things on chain in a way where I don't need to manually define these things. I don't need to actually cognitively think about every action that I want to take. I think that's where we're going to see most, at least in the short term, rather than like attaching a chat interface to some arbitrary application and hoping that that's AI. I don't really think that that's the future.
Can I add on that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I totally agree, Ethan. Right? So I totally agree in the way that, I mean, in near term, AI is supposed to make what I call workflow, we can call like transaction process, like easier, more accessible to the general public, right? Because I think that's one of the biggest challenges for Web3 now, because you just don't have that many users compared to the traditional Web2. And I don't know, like, because in a longer term, will AI actually help Web3 create new workflows or transaction processes? Because AI is constantly evolving, right? So that's something I would be personally very interested in learning.
Yeah, I think great points, which is very relevant to our event today, which is from the builders and even the venture capital's point of view. Like the chatbot is a starting point, but we need to look deeper for the meaningful usage. So yeah, definitely agree. And for the next question is for Google Cloud, and perhaps you might have heard of the news on our Twitter, but I'll let Warren highlight it further. So Google Cloud, they have invested, they committed significant resources to support new startups in the Web3 space, and they've collaborating with BNB Chain for this. So yeah, maybe Warren, you can share more on this, and how do you see Google Cloud's infrastructure and AI capabilities helping them build and scale effectively?
Yeah, sure. I always say the sort of commoditized message or information is, I would say we are probably the most, or one not full, the most cloud that comes to providing credits to Web3 startups, right? So if you just like pure sort of Web3 concept, like, provide up to 200,000 across 2 years for you to leverage Google Cloud infrastructure to build your products. And then if you have like, the AI concept on top of that, we call it Web3 plus AI, then you get the chance to get, up to 350,000 US dollars. So it's quite a lot of money for you to leverage. And to be honest, like essentially for the first 2 years, it's free for you to leverage the resources. But what I really would like to emphasize here, and that truly differentiates Google Cloud from others, is because in the end, for any product, Web3 or not, you need to acquire users, right? So when it comes to, especially today, we're talking about social and consumer-facing applications, right? And Google Cloud, or Google, is one of the most unique platforms for you to actually tap into the user ocean, how to acquire those users from existing, let's say, Web2 world, right? But the problem is Google Ads or Google Play. If you build an app, like if you're gonna launch it, like Google Play Store and everything. To be honest, like my colleagues, they only work with large customers. They don't really work with startups or smaller accounts, just because they don't have to, right? Because once you're big enough, like you have to go talk to them. So their essentially criteria is how much you're spending on Google at this point. That depends, or that decides whether they would spend time and talk to you or not. But Google Cloud is very different because we are very aggressive in this space. We're trying to, cloud business is very different, right? Cloud business would like you to grow on top of the platform from day one, because once you're big enough, like migration, nobody wants to touch it. So we are very aggressive for early stage. And we are actually the door opener for you to tap into the giant Google ecosystem if you do want to, drive user acquisition. So that truly differentiates us from other clouds. Because through us, who are very proactive in working with early stage startups, you'll be able to tap into this whole Google ecosystem and then get resources to actually help grow your user bases.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. So developers and startups, this will be very, very important. It's like 200 to 300K of Google Cloud credits for you. Thanks for sharing. So the next question will be for Sarah. So for Seraph, right, how do you intend to use blockchain technology to create immersive and community-driven gaming experiences? And what role do you think AI can play in enhancing the gameplay or user interaction?
Right. First off, I always love to share this to the users and also to those who do not know Seraph yet. We do have a few blockchain tag inside the game. So first off, we have because for our vision is to actually bridge the Web2 players into the Web3, and from this, we all know that the gateway to crypto is a crypto wallet or maybe centralized exchange like Binance, right? We actually create our own wallet, and then it's very simple for a Web2 user to use it. You just need to create this account using your email. Then we will send a validation code to your email, and then you can just log in to the game, to the wallet by using your email. And then afterwards, we will generate an NPC wallet automatically to you. So for Web2 users, they actually do not need to learn anything about this, and they get this NPC wallet, the crypto wallet already. And from using the same account, you can just log in into the game, right? So into the game, when you buy the NFTs, you can just transfer it into the game. Everything is tied to this NPC wallet and to your email account. So I can say the first thing is about the wallet, and second, one of the most important aspects in Seraph, it is the NFT. So right now, the Web2 players, they already have one wallet, the crypto wallet, and then they want to start this play to earn in our game. So they need to buy at least one NFT. So we have in-game NFT marketplace. Then you can just buy the NFT, just a few clicks, and you can just transfer the NFT from on-chain into the game. So it actually involves like minting, burning, like some blockchain transaction involved. But the players, they actually do not need to know anything of this. They don't have to sign anything. They just need to click a few buttons, and the NFT will be transferred into the game. Then they go back into the game and receive the NFT in the game and put it on their equipment. Then they can just start farming these play-to-earn currency, right? And lastly, I can say is of course our Seraph token. Is not launched yet, but we have already write something about the Seraph token in our white paper. So there will be more mechanism. The Seraph token will be implemented into the game. So when you are doing the burning, maybe creating the NFTs equipment, you need to do some forging of the equipments. You will need to use the Seraph token. So I can say we have used almost everything. Not almost everything. I mean like the basic stuff of this blockchain tech into the game. And as for enhancing these gameplay, right? So actually AI is quite an important aspect in our game as well. Actually, from many years ago, the AI is already there. When we are playing StarCraft, we are playing against the computers. We are fighting against AI. Yeah, we also have this AI. For AI companion, we do have like a character is a necromancer. You can just summon the skeleton, the death squad, and this AI, it will follows you. We do have also NPC. It can follows you around, so it will enhance your gameplay. It feels like a real person is playing along with you. Of course, you can also party with the real players, as we also support this function in the game. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, so I will just pass it to the next speaker.
Yeah, it's nostalgic when you raise the StarCraft. So I think for the whole industry, UI UX has been a constant barrier. So I think you have highlighted like the processes that we've improved along the way, especially for Web3 gaming. So anyway, yeah, I'll just welcome Kamesh from Open Ledger, and yeah, glad that you're here. But I'll get to you later. So the next question will be for Meets48 Wayne. So we would like to understand, how AI can redefine fan engagement. So How can Meet 48 redefine fan engagement through Web3 technologies, and can AI be used to personalize fan experiences, foster stronger community bonds, and how to create like new revenue streams and stuff using AI? So your views, please, or whether Meet 48 have such functions right now to share.
Okay. Do you revenue streams for me or for the idols?
I was thinking like virtual idols, like they can generate.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have that. Yeah, I'll go into the blockchain part first, because by first principle, like we bring democracy to entertainment industry, right? So for those of you who are not familiar with strat entertainment industry, like everything is under the table. So the votings are black. There's no democracy in the industry. Like the idols, the pop stars, they don't actually get direct revenue from whatever film they shoot, whatever advertisement they make. And the fan base, even though they spend a lot of money on their whatever they're interested in, they don't get anything back, right? And we're trying to redefine that and reshape the profit distribution model. So like we're taking the exploiters away and we're distributing the money directly to the pop artists and to their fan base. We're doing that. And with regard to AI, we actually have a modular toolkit working toward virtual idol generation. We do have like 10 years of experience in idol management, so we do have a lot of data in speech, in text, in everything basically. So we're generating the most coherent, user-driven virtual idols in Southeast Asia, in Korean, Japanese, and Mandarin Chinese. And we're also doing this thing where we allow the artists, the pop stars, to create their virtual companion avatar with just basically one click. They do have to, fine-tune and perfect it in some cases, but it's actually a very easy process. So mostly we're just sticking with the generative stuff, and we're like allowing the artists and pop stars to get into Web3 and create their virtual avatars easily. That's like the step one and the step that's closest to first principle to us, I think.
Yeah, thank you so much. So maybe I can let Kamesh, introduce yourself, because I think your project is very important to the topic about AI. So introduce about yourself and about OpenLedger, and also the question. So we wanted to ask that, OpenLedger is at the intersection of AI and blockchain. So it's getting very, increasingly vital. So what unique opportunities do you see in, for AI-driven blockchain projects, and how does OpenLedger plan to leverage AI to enhance social consumer-facing aspects of Web3? So yeah, please.
Let me take it. So yeah, I'm Kamesh, one of the core contributors of OpenLedger. So we are a data blockchain for AI. So we are into data collection, data pipelining, and data attribution. So we are into building a explainable LLM, I would say. So what is meant by explainable LLM? Like, LLM will give you transparency on what data is really using. So based on that, be able to figure out, who is contributing the data, and then be able to reward the users, right? So that is what we are working on. Especially like the consumer, I think the most of the use cases right now is around AI. Even the Web2 companies and Web3 companies, everybody is trying to pivot themselves into AI because of it is like an internet kind of growth, right? So everyone trying to adapt the advantage of being in AI. So I would say this consumer, because always we have a challenges in Web3, we will not have more user base, right? We have very few user-based applications, consumer applications like Polymarket and those kind of companies, right? So very few. I would say this AI will really open up and try to get more users to the platform. That is only possible if we are able to reward the users for the data contribution, right? So that is what we are focusing on. I would say the biggest use case in terms of getting more consumer apps is going to be on AI apps, is going to really take the more consumer domination now. Especially like, I'm able to see this small language models or specialized language models are really playing a big role because we able to see a lot of news that, even like small language models are outperforming the foundation models. Like I'm just thinking like, Google is more like OpenAI, and then like we have separate other specialized languages like, LinkedIn considered as a job search engine. And then like, if it is a food search engine means maybe it is a Uber Eats, right? So there is a multiple, discovery that we used to do, right? So there is still, we have Google. So OpenAI is going to be there. And also there are going to be multiple, small language models going to evolve. So if you want to build small language models very effectively and sustainable, then you want people to contribute data, companies to work together, right? Imagine like Amazon is so successful because they're able to get a lot of small businesses to work together in the platform, right? Even though there is a lot of competition between them, but still people are allowed to work on Amazon, right? Very similar to that, if you're able to bring a way that, if you're able to pull in data from 10 different small businesses and try to build a specialized model, then that will really going to really evolve more use cases around that. So that is what we are working on. So we strongly believe consumer apps is going to be more like AI apps is going to be the future.
Okay, thank you for sharing. And to be fair, like we are running short of time, but last is always the best. So I would like to put it this way. So Particle, for your question, you give your wisest, elevator 20 seconds, kind of your wisest quote with regards to how Particle contributes to AI and Web3. And everyone, this will be the last quote, so to be fair, with not enough time. So Ethan, please share your wisest quote about this.
Unfortunately, we don't directly use AI in our products. So, but whenever you're building, so I can't give a very wise quote about that. But whenever you're building, any application that's consumer based with universal accounts, which doesn't use AI right now, but with the use case that I mentioned earlier, with the ability to potentially have an AI agent that drives, transaction discovery and stuff like that, we might eventually, but for now we don't. But if you're building a consumer application and you want your users to be able to use an application with funds that are located on any other chain, so if you're deploying on BNB, you can onboard users that have funds on Base and Arbitrum and so on without them ever manually bridging. That's what we build with Particle. That's what we call universal accounts. We have a booth over in the back if you're interested kind of hearing about what that is and what chain abstraction is. Head over there. We have our team there. And that's about it.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, please do check out the booths at the back. So once again, thank you everyone for the time and listening in. Thank you all of you for joining in. Have a great pitching session 2 event later on. Thank you, everyone. Let's take a photo.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for the panel. Thank you so much for sharing the insight. And we're going to have our next session of pitch. We have our judges from D11, Shun, and also Min from Foresight Ventures, and Sarah from BNB Chain, Steven from Stanford Blockchain Accelerator, and also Giles from Laser Digital, and Zixi from MPCI. Welcome. And again, you're going to have the 6 minutes pitching time and 4 minutes of QA. And our judges are scoring based on 4 dimensions: sustainability of the operating model and business model, and also excellence of the founding team, innovation of the underlying technology, and the potential contribution to BNB Chain, as always. And we are going to have a QR code on the yes. So this time the community is available to vote for your favorite project. So make sure you take a picture of this page, this QR code, and you're going to be voting at the end of our session. And we're going to give away worth $1,000 of BNB for a lucky draw for our voters. So let's get started for our next session of pitches. Welcome to the stage, Unipay.
So hi everyone, I'm Chloe from Unipay. Thanks for the enough introductions. We know the digital payment are growing, and so we know the digital payment are growing fast, and then the stablecoin are leading the way. We're seeing the big future of a stablecoin in business payment are sending money internationally. Have you ever thought about how long it takes to transfer money from Brazil to Mexico? It's 4 days. How much it costs? It takes 4% transaction every transaction you made. And then not only the business suffer from those, the crypto individual also do. So what if we can solve in the both? Unipay combines DeFi and traditional payment, providing first, utility-powered transactions, the second, on-off-chain credit systems, and the yield-back payment by bridging DeFi and adoption layers. Our product is the key. Let's see how it works. And the Unipay is developing decentralized payment system offering the two core solutions. The first, the B2B on-chain and newer banking services and simplifies settlements for international business. And the second one is a crypto collateralized credit card for customers and allowing users to using the daily and then to achieve stake once, pay never. Now, how do we help users to make money? Well, let's look at our yield engine. Our stablecoin yield with high returns combining different blockchains ecosystems. We offer up to 40% the returns based on different assets. We hatch each stablecoin across different ecosystems, the network ecosystems, generating alpha profits using the mix of CeFi and DeFi derivatives. Now, see how our platform brings it all together. Let's dive into it. Yeah, this is how our platform works. Let's see more about our revenue streams. We generate income through the settlement fees, transaction fees, and borrowing fees, and also the asset management incomes to maximizing our platform profitability. And this is a multifaceted approach, not only support our platform operationals, but also contribute to overall health and expansion of the ecosystems. With the solid business model in effect, our next step is to ensure our platform is reached to all the potential by engaging our target audience. So our GTM divided into two parts. The first one is 2B, and the second one is 2Cs. So the 2B, we have the first, we're working with the global trade companies for fast, lower cost transactions. The second, we team up with the local e-commerce company to onboard our services as their crypto payments. And the 2C, we have two regionalized strategies specifically. We have a local resource that's leveraging a local network and to promote our card to consumer and collaborate with the crypto institution like East Kabul in South America. We also have the localized social media that's a campaign with the influencer and the local referral rewards. So let's see when and we will achieve the goals. And we're supporting end-user payment services right now in Q4 2024. And there is a good news to share to you guys. We already launched our alpha testing in the stage and starting in Bangkok. And we're using the 2 weeks and reach 50K users already. And then we're heading to the milestone, the 100K users by end of this year. And for 2025, and we're having our platform fully integrated on different ecosystems and open for payment ecosystems as well. And targeting 80 millions in the total credit issued. And behind our projects, our team of experts, like mid-solid teams. Our founders, Madao, is with 13 years and engineering experiences, and he has contributed 4 DeFi protocols, and with TBLs 16.1 billion. And me and Chloe, with a 6 year of the fintech experiences and from top leading firms and then Deloitte, BlackRock, and Tencent, and has raised $30 million USD for the crypto trading firms in Hong Kong. And our Simo Shulin is like expertise for you, the resource in leading multinationals product growth in developing countries, including Middle East and Russia. And also we have a robust developing teams, Vince and Dr. Guo, and the Stablecoin Labs founders, and he had led nationally on research projects and on cryptography, including formal verifications, ZK proofs, and system securities. And as well as our product manager, Leslie, and then the UI designer for Emily with experience from Gate.io and also Microsoft. And we believe in PayFi is the way through. So we are ready to make it happen. And we can't wait to show you what's the next. And thank you for listening, and we're looking for support.
What is the user experience to deposit the money into the card?
Oh, so the video shows like the use case for the cards. The user firstly to categorize the mainstream assets like the SO, ETH, and BNB. And then we want to check your address, whether it will be the good guy or bad guys. We were to issue to the credit card, the USD back the credit cards. And then your assets always on chance. And then we will issue the credit cards to you, and then you can use it, and then using the earning from the staking and to pay for your debts.
So do you have a license? You're a bank or?
We're partners with the bridge, and then so that we can have a neo bank on the virtual bank account behind all the credit cards.
You mean your partner?
Yeah.
Not yourself, right?
Not for now, but we're talking to We are talking to Latin America to get in the license with the Argentina. Yeah.
So what is the capital flow? How about the capital flow? Like for example, user deposit BNB tokens or USDT on BNB Chain into whatever address, and then they got a fiat money. So what is the capital flow? You do the settlement.
I probably better to let our CEO to answer the questions.
So there is a parallel accounts in there, like the fully on-chain part. So we collateralize users like BNB Sol or ETH. We do the stake and restake, or maybe some in Solana we create GLP. We stake revenue by a long position. Opposite side, we will create a hedge position, which is a short position. But in the bank system, we also have a parallel account to storage the money. So yeah, there is a parallel accounting system in there.
So you directly store users' crypto assets in your custodial wallet?
Not custodial wallet. So normally it will be a third party account where we're helping people manage the assets in there. You will fully on chain, yeah.
Which part of the countries you will do at the first?
So which country we're doing the first? Yeah, we're focusing on the Latino American and Africa as well for our first. And then for the Latino American, and we will do China first. And then for the Africa, we'll do the Nigeria.
And
South Africa. Second for the Africa.
Okay. How could we do the delta neutral in the different perpetual index? Yeah, because I think it's very important.
Yeah, that is a good question. So like in ETH for sure, like the 1x long, we make a stake and restake, and we will also cooperate with some trading firm, like for example, Emma Groups and Shadow Labs. They will provide us to create a same 1x short position to do the delta neutral hedge. Yeah.
It's all transparent.
It cannot do the fully transparent, so it kind of like CDFI things. But in Solana, actually, we can do it fully on chain. So we're doing that in Drift in Solana.
Yeah, because this is very important. If we delta neutral loss, then everything will go down. Yeah.
Exactly. I have added some too. We have our in-house strategy teams to help into doing our CFIs on portfolios, and also we have the DeFi for doing on different assets like Swiss and the BNB and so on and ETH. We have a different portfolios and derivatives to making the profit neutral, the hedge fund to doing so.
Hello, how's it going?
Yeah,
Great
good.
presentation. It sounds like there's kind of two sides to this coin. There's both the sort of like consumer side and then the merchant acquiring side. Merchant acquiring is very difficult, especially in markets where you don't already have a lot of experience and presence. I'm curious, like, what is your edge into doing merchant acquiring into the markets you've targeted?
Oh yeah, first, because I just mentioned, because we having the local resource and the local social media to doing so. It's a lot like we're not like spanning our regions over the world for the first time, but however, we were doing the Latino American and Africa as well from our first stage, and then with a local resource, we have like a local meetups and with the developer and also for the merchants to knowing, and also we have a loyalty program and point system to let the merchant to use us with the highly cashback with the earning. So like we have the different patch for doing the edge to get into the market with the business to do so.
Got it. And presumably it doesn't take a new point of sale terminal. Instead, it's a software install on existing terminals.
Sorry, I didn't catch the question.
There's no hardware component. Are you integrated into other point of sale terminals?
Just sell terminal, because I'm sorry, I told those
On the merchant side. In order to accept crypto at merchants, there needs to be a point of sale, right, for the merchant system. So are you integrating into any other large providers in those ecosystems?
Oh, the point of system, like the point sale system.
So like
selling the points,
like,
yeah, the SCBM like point system.
On-ramp payment, something like that, right? I'm not sure.
Let's take this one offline. I feel like we're talking past each other.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. But I would like to talk to like after the stage. I want to see.
No problem.
I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the judges.
Next one. What is the next
Thank
one?
you so much from Unipay. Thank you. And thank you for the questions and the answers. Also, let's welcome our next project on the stage. Welcome, Pivers.
Hi, everyone. Cool. Happy to be here. Let me cut to the chase. We at Pivers are building the global consumer layer, connecting the local merchants, consumer brands with both traditional and Web3 users. The way we are achieving that is through a three-phase strategy. And the first one is about building a consumer engagement map. The second phase is all about merchant onboarding, brand onboarding, expanding the network. And final stage will be providing payment solutions for both sides. I'll talk in detail about the first stage, which is about the map. We specifically built a Web3 focused mapping infra for Web3 users, which they can easily connect their wallets to log into the map and check out their favorite coffee shops, their restaurants. They can hang out, they can have their fun in nightlife, in entertainment, all the stuff. The map is pretty hard to do because, to give you an example, if you're using Google Map, you're probably facing a $100K to $200K use bill every month for have 1 million monthly active users. We, on the other hand, are providing this map for free to integrate into different kinds of Web3 wallets, Binance Web3 wallets, Coinbase wallets, Bybit wallets, OKX wallets, you name it. And we are free to integrate. So you can imagine we integrate into all those wallets. You can enjoy your daily life, find your merchants and shopping and having fun on the map with crypto as your payment options. You can have this kind of a community relationship from the point of interest page. You can hang out and make friends. We even have a streamlined Telegram mini app for users to directly onboard, or we say follow the merchants so they can find their favorite shops, in the chance that once we onboard that merchant, they may get some coupons and vouchers back. I think this is a more meaningful tap to earn model than just in some games to earn points or tokens. We also have a social layer on top of this mapping infrastructure, because imagine in this cool event in Bangkok, in Carlton Hotel, you see all your Web3 fellows. You can see their profiles as in some favorite NFT collection. You tap into their NFT collection profile. You see their meme coin holdings and stuff. Of course, under the assumption that allow the location sharing and portfolio sharing, then that's a cool way to make new friends from this map, because everything happens on the map. And we are we have this edge to provide this map as free as possible. End of the day, we are basically using this map to act as a bridge for the Web3 users and the real life lifestyle, right? Right now, like people are just shitposting on Twitter for fun, but now they can actually use crypto, find their friends to fulfill their daily needs on the map, which is a great way to attract users. The second phase, though, is all about merchants, about merchant network, brand network. If we have this Web3 user base, what they can do on the platform, on Pivers. We are attractive to those merchants because we can help them tap into the Web3 user base, right? Right now, they have a direct tool to uplift their sales. We can support them with payments, with loyalty infrastructures, with a whole set of tools that they can use to do more precise and targeted engagement campaigns. What we can do, for example, using the event as an example, if you're the event hosting, imagine you can have a criteria for the wallet addresses you want to give the event ticket to. You can just say, I want the most active wallet addresses on Binance Smart Chain. They will have this free ticket to the event. Similar thing goes to the merchant as well. If I sell you like, I don't know, 10 cups of coffee last month, I will give you like 80% off for the whole year, all from the consumption records from the platform, which is also on-chain. So in this way, we give the merchants a more meaningful tool to do more precise targeting, not only to coupons and vouchers, it's also for cashbacks, for lucky draw campaigns, for all kinds of marketing behavior they can leverage. We also have this kind of a coupon stuff, which is all on-chain. It's not NFT. People, you most think of coupons as NFT, but we actually think NFT. We think fungible token is a better suit for making coupons for the merchants to issue. So that way, if they are not happy, if you're in Hong Kong, you can't spend this coupon in Bangkok, you can just sell it on Uniswap stuff. End of the day, the payment can be naturally progressed into the platform for the users. To offline merchants, they can just scan the QR code. There's no point of sale problem, hardware problem. We solve that just using QR code. For the online e-commerce merchants, they can just have the option to pay on Pivers using crypto assets. There's some product pages, some benefits. We have this dashboard for merchants, your NFT pass. And we have over 1,000 brands collaborating right now through our branding partners. Minitable, Minipass is focused in the United States. We also have our partners in Southeast Asia and Hong Kong. The business model majorly focused on the payment channel. We will have clearance and settlement process, which will take a commission. My personal background is from Bay Area. I met my co-founder, Janet. She was Cambridge graduate with honor. Then she got a Wharton MBA. She created the biggest e-commerce platform in Indonesia for beauty products. So over half a year ago, I was chatting with us about this idea. We think people are shouting for mass adoption all the time. I think that's it. This is it. This is global consumer layer, something we can build for real mass adoption. So I called up my friends. We can actually have a diverse team background in Silicon Valley, in Southeast Asia, in Hong Kong, and Wall Street. I think this is a perfect time we build this mass adoption tool for consumer layer. Now there's a strategic partner. Fosun Group in Hong Kong is also our, he will help us managing all the license in Hong Kong jurisdiction. This is also our model for operating in different jurisdictions. We will get the payment license partners, and we can process settlement and clearance. This is a branding partner we have. We have beauty brands. We have local merchants in Singapore mainly. We also have 1,000 direct-to-consumer brands on e-commerce. And this is our edge. We can build this merchant network together with Web3 user base, and that will be the biggest platform for consumer layer. That's probably it. End of the play. Welcome any questions.
Thanks for the presentation. So what regions are you launching first, and how many merchants in collaboration in that specific region?
So as a Web3 project, we can launch the user-facing map globally without any question. For the merchant side, right now we're still focusing on Southeast Asia because my co-founder has the background and connection. Like she has a connection that the early Shopee founding team that has helped her to build up the connections in Thailand, in Singapore. So Southeast Asia is definitely our major battlefield for merchant network. But expanding to Hong Kong and other regions, I think it will be a natural progression.
So right now, are there any merchants in partnerships already?
Yep.
Like for example, in Singapore, like how many merchants? Because that would determine like how dense the merchants in partnerships are in the map, right?
So that's a good question. So the key point here is we are not doing this talk brand by brand, one by one. So we're talking to basically the brand management company who manages their sales or other doing marketing stuff. They connect with us and we just help them that, oh, here's a Web3 user base you can tap into using our tools. You can uplift yourselves, why not? So this is a way we chat with the brand management company, and they will give us the permission to issue coupons, vouchers, stuff like that, attract Web3 users, give the option of crypto payment, everything in the play I just mentioned. So the branding partner we mentioned in Singapore, those are examples we already can do collaboration on all the things I mentioned. And we'll be expanding to, I think Thailand will be the next focus, and in Indonesia, probably Indonesia and Thailand. So right now, the things I showed here is already, we're already cooking the product, coupons and vouchers.
So except for crypto payment, basically every other aspects in like normal royalty program can also do, right?
Exactly. That's the key feature we want to attract merchants, because how do you attract merchants, right? We are attractive, but if we cannot provide them with a whole set of tools, it doesn't make sense. So coupons, of course, and other, here I mentioned about some like purchase stamps. If you buy 10 cups of coffee, the next one is free on the house. Stuff like that. All the tools will be providing to the merchants for offline merchants as well as e-commerce brands. But e-commerce is mostly coupon, voucher, cashback.
So quick question. It sounds like you're well under steam, right? You have plenty of traction, which is awesome. I feel like these things are really hard to get off the ground.
Thanks.
I guess like, big open forum, right? I don't need specifics, but I'm curious just like order of magnitude, kind of like what your North Star metrics are and kind of like where they're at, how you're tracking them. And
so our goal is if we can have this kind of e-commerce integration, if we can tap into every major e-commerce website to give the users the option to pay in crypto. By the way, this is not the traditional way of just having a credit card. No, it's not. It's that if we can basically bypass the whole, of course, if the platform or the brand agrees, if you support us, bypass the whole payment flow using the traditional, Square, Stripe, Visa, MasterCard, you have the option to pay in Pivers using stablecoins. If you accept that, so the whole e-commerce landscape is our GM, right? It's a total addressable market. We can attack them one by one. We can talk to, I don't know, we can talk to Shein, we can talk to Temu, we can talk to TikTok Shop. If they support us, this will be our, huge market. Thanks. But we will start with direct-to-consumer brands. So that's easier for us to implement.
Thank you. Any other questions from our judges? So thank you, Pivers.
Thanks,
Thank you for sharing us. And next, we're going to have BrownFi on the stage. Welcome.
All right. Hello, everyone, and Jojo. So actually, all of you know about Uniswap and AMM model, right? So do you think it's mature enough so we cannot improve it? Actually, we can. So today I would like to tell you about how we can generate AMM model based on Oracle's design, and we fill the gap between V2 and V3 model. So actually, V2 and V3 model invented by Uniswap are cornerstone of DeFi, right? But actually, V3 offer high capital efficiency but complex UX. So average user may feel it very difficult to manage their liquidity position. This statistic you can see like half of LP on V3 lost due to high impermanent loss and outranks. So outrank is a big pain point for LP on V3 AMM. And yeah, nearly 800 million LPers lost for arbitrage attack. So by this pain point, we want to renovate AMM with a novel solution based on Oracle. Right. So by Profile AMM, we design a novel AMM with high capital efficiency, but still keep LP management very simple. So average user and retail LP can adopt with it very easily. And this is enabled by an Oracle-based design. So actually, we don't have a sell price discovery mechanism, but we use Oracle price. This is a limitation, but actually, by that way, we eliminate the outranks problem, a big problem on Uniswap V3. And also, we still provide a very flexible market making to have liquidity provider to mitigate impermanent loss. Yeah, actually, Oracle-based AMM is not new. You can find on Dodo or Lifinity or deploy already on Solana with multi-billion trading volume. But of course, we have some innovations that's better than Dodo and Lifinity on Solana. So for our simulation, you can see like with suitable liquidity concentration parameter, we can offer a capital efficiency equivalent to V3 model, right? And yeah, 200 better than V2 model. And the same, almostly the same at Uniswap V3. Right. Okay, so this is our value proposition. We don't do the same thing as constant product market making model, but we use Oracle base. So by this way, on Profile AMM is always price ambience, no outranks. So that's why doing LP on Profile AMM is very easy for retail users. And also we still keep capital leverage. And also by using Oracle price, we can prevent the arbitrage and certificate tax. That's people may know like that's the toxic flow or MEV. And also on Profile AMM, we can provide one-side liquidity adding or removing, but not by zap in. Remember, not by zap in. In our research paper, we saw that for a certain kinds of asset, that's our model will outperform Uniswap V3 in the sense of LP gain and simple UX. Why is the LP gain better on Profile AMM compared to Uniswap? Because Profile can take the profit from arbitrators for the LP back. That's why LP on Profile AMM can have a better gain. So actually, by this way, we aim to serve the average users. Remember, average user that can enjoy capital leverage, but a very simple UX. So everyone can provide liquidity without the worry of outranks. Right. Yeah, our team have 6 years in blockchain developments, and we do various DeFi product from NFT marketplace to AMM and Power Perpetual. And this Profile AMM is our results, implementation result of 2 years. We research in various AMM model and decentralized finance, decentralized exchange. Yeah, thank you, Joseph. Do you have any question?
What Oracle price feeds will you use for this? Which Oracle? Oracle price feeds will you use to set your prices?
Actually, Oracle price, we can use Chainlink or peer network. We have two interface, Chainlink and peer network.
And will those be aggregate prices or will those just be Uniswap, TWAP?
Yeah, actually, we know Uniswap, TSwap. Yeah, yeah, always. But like TSwap is only care about their own liquidity pool. So the big problem, you know, like why LPO on Uniswap is lot 800 million for arbitrator, because the price on Uniswap have a big gap with centralized chain out there. So that's why we use a Chainlink and P network. They can adapt the outside markets into on-chain transaction.
So SEX price feeds.
Yeah, Chainlink and P network will aggregate many more price sources from multiple DEX. From multiple SEX. Actually, on-chain volume is only account 10% compared to the SEX. So you can see which price source is better, right?
I think one of the biggest advantage for the Uniswap is the unlimited listing. So if you're using the Oracle-based MM, do you still have the ability to listing whatever you want, or you're gonna lose your the ability of that?
Actually, in our design, we don't limit the new pair listing, but it depends on liquidity providers. They can consider which kind of assets have a good Oracle source, Oracle price source. Then they can confident to provide liquidity on Profile AMM. It depends on LPs. Yeah, we don't limit. Have any other questions?
I don't think there's further questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Bronfi. And next one is OneVerse. Welcome to the stage.
Hi, everyone. I think nice to meet everyone here, and also good to see some familiar faces that I've been actually talking to recently. So I'm from OneVerse PayFi. So basically, we are the new virtual economic engine that bridge between the traditional gaming and also the Web3 ecosystems. So we started off with gaming. So gaming by nature of itself is a borderless industry by itself, which requires support of a strong cross-border payments. While gamer itself is individuals that proven to have a high and sustainable consume in the gaming industries, while the game asset itself is also ease of transfers kind of digital assets. So in OneVerse, we have solved some of the cross-border payment issues in the gaming industries. 60% of our gamers are actually paying us in USDT to get their game assets from the game publishers. And we also help all these game publishers to venture into a new market in Southeast Asia, also Latin markets. And there are some of our game publishers that have faced a geopolitical settlement issue that we can also solve with them with our ecosystems. So I think the Web2 games and the Web3 games, they actually stands on their own itself. So these two gamers, they actually does not really gel, or they do not actually have a transitions in today's connections. So what we do in OneVerse is that we do foresee there's a 350 billion kind of a game industries by 2026. With OneVerse PayFi, we are the bridge that actually connects between the traditional gamers or traditional gaming industry into Web3. So we have just started about 10 months ago. And in these 10 months, we have actually delivered a number of $70 million of US dollar sales in just 10 months, whereby 60% of the sales are actually completed via USDT. And we are glad to see that there are kind of gamers that actually really use USDT in our ecosystem today. And we also have a market reach of 7 million communities through our 10,000 plus of guild leaders, KOLs, key accounts. And today we are connected to more than 100 games which have a global reach of 500 million users and more than 60 payment channels that we are supporting in Southeast Asia, also Latin market. These are just some of the top game titles that we have in partnership today. I think from all these game partners, there are about 3,000 million dollars kind of worth of value that actually globally, and it's also 480 million kind of users on active money users. So in Southeast Asia and Latin markets, we connect to numbers of payments, be it from cards, e-wallets, bank transfers, telco, direct courier billings, cryptos, USDT that we are accessing today with our one credits. So there are also a number of brands collaboration that we partner with. So this brand collaboration is that within our ecosystems, our users, our gamers, they get exclusive discounts, exclusive coupons from all the big brands that we have partnered with, Asia's, Lazada, or even iChar that we have actually partnered in Thailand. So this, I mean, I hope you guys are actually enjoy the drinks that we actually sponsor in these events. So those are the brands collaborations that we actually partner with to bring our games to the local markets as well as our brands to the local markets. So we have a pretty aggressive 3-year goals that we want to achieve. We want to connect with 150 Web2 games in the next 3 years. With these foundations, it's going to bring us 100 millions of users, while with 500,000 of guild leaders, also key KOLs base that we have actually built. And this base of communities, it can be a very good base for with 20 millions of mainstream users that going into a Web3 games. So I think today we already have a payment system in our product matrix, and we're going to continue to build more exciting products in the Web3 space. Okay, so I think our business model is actually pretty simple. As I mentioned, we already have a communities in Southeast Asia and the Latin market that using our one credit as a unified game currencies. These unified game currencies, they can actually use it for any game assets, games accounts, or even gameplay, right? But if you ask me why is this existing user want to actually tap on us on the Web3 journey, is that by putting on chains, this user actually able to actually see things more transparent. They can actually trust our platform more in terms of more credibility of the platform, and also the safer of the platform. Right, every transaction are actually recorded and actually open. Right. So second part of it is that when they are actually with us on the Web3, we also can incentivize them, also giving them kind of rewards in of they are actually unique and high value like game assets that we can actually reward to our token holder, right? And thirdly, our token holder, which is our government's token holder, that they can actually have this with us. They can also get to enjoy in terms of the value appreciation because of the ecosystem that we have built. We are not just into gaming, as I mentioned. We also partner with a number of brands, and we can go into any of our other industries. So we are continue to supplying the ecosystems with a demand of our tokens, which our token holder will continue to appreciate in terms of the token value itself. So this is just a brief of what we have done so far. We have a number of offices already set up in the ASEAN markets. We have also achieved so-called 10 million milestones in a couple of months ago. While the next one is that we also keep ourselves pretty busy in the next coming years, right? So we continue to build our markets in Middle East, in the Central Europe, as well as continue to build our product in terms of Web3 products and how to continue to make more ecosystem, encourage the liquidity of our tokens in the space. I think, and the key things that I like to highlight here is that we also have actually engaged with a top tier game title, game IP title that's going to launch next year, Web2 games, and this game title will bring us 20 million of users that we can actually tap on with our Web3 token solutions. So I think our core team actually coming from a pretty solid background of it, whereby our founder Kaisen is actually carries with him 35 years of experience in both telco industries and also the leadership management skills of it. I myself carry with me 15 years of payment experience in the Asians, but we also have a tech guy that also very specialized in the payment space itself. So I think this is just our overall token distribution, and I think that's all from OneVerse P5. Thank you.
So the 17 mil cells you delivered, are they all in crypto payment or a mix of fiat? And
Yeah,
crypto?
the 70 mil, 60% of it are actually from crypto. Yeah, so I would say about 10 million of it.
Okay. And do you need to do the AML for all those, or all your game partners will do the AML?
So basically, we actually do a KYB and also KYCs, and we also have a control limit in terms of how much they can actually deposit with us.
Okay, thank you.
So which one is the major merchants that's contributing this 70 million?
So yeah, I would say our top game title is actually Arrow, the so-called the Ragnarok here. So of course, the rest of the game titles, they are actually very contributing in terms of the ecosystems, the user base that we can actually tap on.
So question is why you guys have so strong connections with those gaming projects. But I thought that besides that, there's also other types of merchants. So what is the priority here, and what is biggest advantage of the team to reach partnerships with different merchants?
Yeah, I think we already pretty good and stable in terms of games ecosystems. I think, but we want to do things differently compared to our competitor in the market. So they are just on the game itself. But by the partnership with the number of brands, number of payment channels that we actually, number of payment channels that we have, it can add value to the games, it can add value to the ecosystems, and it can also increase the liquidity of whoever be on board in our Web3 tokens.
How much we charge for the trading volume?
Sorry?
How much we charge for the trading volume? 10 BP, 15 BP, or?
You mean trading?
Yeah, trading volume, transaction volume.
So basically, we actually offering them a so-called entry into a so-called discounted items or discounted game items that they can actually get from our platforms. So our pricing is actually pretty competitive in the today markets.
If you go, I guess something I'm a little confused about still. If you go to your number of payment channels slide. Yeah, I think these two slides are where my questions are. So, do you support all these channels?
Yes,
that's
today.
wild. Okay, cool. And 60% of that ends up being crypto. If you go to the next slide, the next slide with all the game titles. Okay, maybe it was previous. There we go. Okay, right. So you're carving off like a teeny fraction of the payment volume going to these games. These are huge titles, right?
Yes.
So what I don't understand is like, how does your payment channel for the publisher get surfaced? Like, because it's obviously not the primary channel.
So basically, every game title, every publisher, they have a difficulties in reaching the individual local markets. They may not be familiar with the communities. They may not be familiar what type of payment channels that can be used here. So we are the platform that actually have all the different payment channels that actually facilitating all this, the reach of the game publishers in the Southeast Asia and also the Latin market.
Got it. So it's like geo specific. They will choose to use you as the primary payment channel.
Yeah.
Okay. And can you be more specific on what those geos are then?
Basically, we are actually in Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, as well as Latam will be in the Brazil, Argentina.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Excellent. Well, if we have no more questions, let's give another round of applause and say thank you to
very
the
much.
team.
Thank you. Let's welcome next project. What's the name?
Great. So next up, we have TrueWorld.
Hey, everyone. How do you feel about the bull market so far? Pretty excited, right? Yeah. So as the bull market is approaching, right, pretty much like people will be starting thinking about consumer apps. And let's take a leap of faith, join TrueWorld with us. Before I started, just a little bit like introduction of myself. My name is Hero. Used to build crypto wallets, wallet infrastructures in Coinbase. But like as I was building infrastructures, I started to realize that there are not so many interesting consumer applications that people really want to use today. Like it's more focused on the financial side instead of like real world. So in order to do like more real world utility and mass adoption, I quit Coinbase and built TrueWorld. So to do that, to drive the real world utility, we must focus on one real world problem. And here we are picking is that every single real world business, they want foot traffic to their location so that they can drive sales, converting those foot traffics into sales. However, as the time approaching, like people are like basically they use all kinds of like advertisements, but none of these advertisements work. Think about it. They don't guarantee real foot traffic. They provide bad user experience, bad user interface. Nobody would like to see advertisements on their social platforms or online in general. I'm pretty sure like none of the audience would love to see advertisements. So if we think wisely how crypto can change this, we have something called airdrops. We incentivize user interactions with rewards. So if we can actually integrate this in real world and make a real world airdrops as a way of advertisements that is nicely wrapped with a gamification layer, that is also something that crypto is good at. We provide some rewards toward the users who physically be in those locations, and the merchants will be happy, users will be happy, and for us, the platform, we take a service fee cut. Why we're doing this? Because this is actual business we're working on. This, like the global social media advertisement market size is 262 billion. Imagine we just capture 1% of it. That will make us bigger than StepN, the all-time high, the crazy consumer application, and also with a sustainable business model. So a real-world airdrops as advertisements. How do we build it? Basically, we take advantages from all these amazing projects. We're utilizing the GameFi elements from crypto that is so good at user acquisition. We bring users from the GameFi elements, and we keep the users engaged within the application with the real-world location-based social, like Snapchat. And also for airdrops, think about Pokemon Go. People, like it was so popular that everybody knows how Pokemon Go works. And they basically did the user education. So think about like, instead of catching Pokemons, you're going around in this world, catching airdrops provided by different merchants. But it will start from TrueWorld. And this is actually what we call location-based advertisement, that we can really bring the real-world user acquisition. And then at the end of the day, we apply AI for the data analysis to bring those data on-chain, and those data are really meaningful for the entire ecosystem. So this is the business model concept for TrueWorld. In the center, this is our mobile app that we built. It's called like, it's a TrueWorld mobile application that is available on Android and also Apple. And it's kind of like two-sided experience. So on the left-hand side, this is where we are really focused on, is the user engagement, the GameFi elements. We integrated play to earn, and in our play to earn model, it's not just a simple play to earn, but rather we are transforming this real world engaging experience that everybody can explore the real world with the interactions and get awarded. So everybody are pretty familiar with games, and in 95% of the games, there's a mechanism called Fog of War, where you basically discover the world, and the places you've been to are uncleared, and the places you haven't been to are still in fogs. And we are bringing that technology, bringing that idea to the real world, so that everybody in TrueWorld is basically playing a game of life. And aside of the Fog of War, we also have like location-based treasure hunts, all kinds of like different engagements that brings the user interactions to real-world locations, to funnel users from places to places, and bring the engagement, bringing the actual foot traffic to the regions, to the locations. And then we have the social layer to boost even more. People can invite and team up in TrueWorld, and people will be having like a leaderboard, so that it's kind of like people are really playing the game of life. And we have like NFTs, skins, all kind of like social features to drive even more social engagements. So this is kind of like how you feel as users in TrueWorld. But on the other side, like I mentioned, real world airdrops. This is how we really monetize with sustainable growth. So think about right now, TrueWorld, we are building an open platform, kind of like a marketplace that anybody can create any kind of like location-based rewards on any specific locations, so that it can drive users to those locations. So think about if you are kind of like an event host, or you're kind of like a real world business, you can totally create a reward here in your location so that you can drive like 100 people. Say like first 100 people come to my location, I will give like $5 to each of them. And this is totally on-chain and decentralized. And on the other side is that we also have the data, and this is what we can bring to BNB Chain. We basically have like the on-chain data for user interactions with the real world, places they've been to, the user demographic, and the real world behavior, the places they've been to, they've checked into, and also user social graph, like their friends, their connections, their normal daily living area. So all kinds of like these data are super, super critical. So this will actually turn in TrueWorld into not just a GameFi, but more of like a gamified deeping project. And right now we've got so many early access. We've won like 3 big hackathons. One of it is Chain Constellation Hackathon, based on Chain Summer Hackathon, and Amber AC during Token 24/9. We have tons of Web3 partnerships that are eager to put out those location-based airdrops with us on the project launching day. And also we do have several like Web2 business partnerships that will enable our token to do some like real world coupons or discounts, pretty similar to Pivers they just mentioned. But here it's just like one little feature of TrueWorld. What we are more focused on is the user growth. Right now we have over 160 unique NFT holders on chain, with over 3.5 early NFT mints for our early on-chain pass. And we've done 2 rounds and 3 rounds of private tests, and we've seen like 30% of daily user engagements across 3 months. And we've got like 10,000 active daily community even before the application is launching. And we have like a lot of like growth hack, but like with a favor of time, I'm not going to expand more on that. And back to our vision. We are building the missing link between Web3 and the real world for mass adoption and for real world utility. We are building the mini map of everybody's big game of life so that you can live in a Web3 world with crypto rewards on daily interactions and social gamifications like the fog of war and treasure hunts like we mentioned. We focus on real world utility, that is the real world location-based airdrops. And all of these combining together will give the sustainable growth for this platform, because the token is valuable and the platform will be generating service fees and revenues from those advertisements. And talk about our team. Me, myself, I'm the founder for TrueWorld, previously working Coinbase and IBM. We have 2 amazing advisors, Eddie, who's the CEO for AN. I think Eddie is here. Thank you, Eddie, for supporting us. Previously Binance product team lead. And also we have William Chen, previously CTO for Pokemon Go, which is a senior director of game in Niantic, and also advisor for Snapchat. And our team is basically from Coinbase, Binance, OKS, and all kinds of like major Web3 and Web2 business. So this is the QR code for TrueWorld test flight. So anybody, if you're interested in trying out TrueWorld, please scan this QR code and join our test flight and give it a try. We have tons of like features that we didn't really cover with a favor of time. Try to play it because of like real world engagement and interaction really matters. That's pretty much of TrueWorld, and happy to take questions. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. We'll take questions from the judges.
Which kind of projects will be your target one to reach out to use your solutions here?
Yeah, so we're basically building kind of like an open platform, open marketplace that welcomes anybody to bring out those advertisements on chain towards our users, but with like a little bit of focus definitely. We'll be starting from like Web3 communities. So think about NFT communities, meme coin communities, for example, Coco is here, right? Coco Coin. If they want to airdrop like $5 for whoever presented here, how do they do it? Like there's actually currently no good way to do that. They need to put up like a scan QR code so that you can put up your like a address so that they airdrop the tokens or NFT to your address. But with TrueWorld, things can change, right? You can basically like, it's kind of like Pokemon Go experience. You come to this venue, open TrueWorld, like those chests, and you can claim those chests when you are physically being there. So Web3 projects as the start, meme coins, NFT communities, and in fact, we have received a lot of like engagement, a lot of like inquiries from DePIN projects, and they are really eager to drive those real world airdrops with us because of like they want to significantly creating their appearance in their real world physical infrastructures.
Okay, so usually one of the biggest challenge for like the external model is like the token price, right? So how you gonna balance the token generation from like mining and the token consumption, maybe from the advertising fee?
Yeah. So basically, this is actually a good question. Let me can I go back to the model here? So basically, even without the right-hand side, you can think of the left-hand side as a general GameFi project itself. And with the GameFis, it's kind of like a typical GameFi interactions. You have like NFTs, skins, all kinds of like premium features that you basically sell your token to your community for some actual engagement. But like at the same time, this is not something sustainable, and we've seen like social fights collapse. That's why like GameFi's collapse. But like we are now building a GameFi project. Only on the right-hand side, the user interactions are similar to GameFi. But on the right-hand side, this is something that never, like none of the GameFi project has ever done. That is the monetization. With the real world engagement, with the real world interactions, we can do that because of like this is actually somewhere we can generate in the revenue, and the revenue will be used to buy back the token, and some of the token will be burned for deflation, and some of the token will be shared, like the revenues will be shared from our the team and also investors. And this is somewhere we are keeping up the like the token price, let's say, because of revenues is always the inflow for the entire ecosystem, no matter how it goes, right? This is the actual real good real world business model, sustainable revenue.
I wanted to add one more question, which comes back to my previous question. It's about what the type of the project you're gonna to work with, because actually this is also an airdrop platform, similar like Quest platform. There's a lot in the space already, but you have some unique functions here, which people can get the airdrop in the real world. So why do you think you can be competitive with all other Quest platforms under they already have a large user base by having these unique functions? So I think my personal view will be like you should target a specific type of project to work with instead of working with those general ones to compete with the existing Quest platform.
Yeah, that's actually a good question, and that's actually a right angle. So think about TrueWorld, those location-based advertisements, airdrops as like a Quest platform, right? But like with the existing Quest platform, they are pretty much all kind of like online appearance, right? Like Twitter, Telegram, go ahead, check out, and follow. This is kind of like all kinds of like on-chain experience. But there's none of them is actually building a real world part, right? But like, however, in crypto, in Web3, basically everybody believes in crypto, living in a Web3 life. With our normal daily life, like we cannot feel the passion. Then this is where we are unique, is that bring that questing platform into real life. So think about like today, let's say just like a brainstorm, right? In DevCon, maybe like there are 5 projects, they want to join forces and put up like a huge marketing campaign. And if you can check out 5 events from those different 5 projects, maybe you can give like a title or NFT or some actual rewards just by joining DevCon, like those events. This is something that's never achievable by those online questing platform, and this is something we have the unique value in as the real world engagement. So this is just the start, but like think about like midterm and long term, like Pivers, right? They mentioned a lot of like real world business merchants, like Web2 business growth or something. And with TrueWorld, with the right push, with this gamification here, we can achieve kind of like a great user base. And those user base will drive the attention from those business so that they will have the intent to put up those advertisements on TrueWorld and to drive even more engagement. And this is something we've already seen because like we have a lot of like early attentions from on-chain users, from communities by our early success, by our hackathon wins. Yeah, I hope that like solves your question. Thanks. Cool.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. That was an awesome presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks so much. We now have one final pitch of the day. So I'd like to welcome Moz.
Yeah, welcome Moz on the
Moz.
stage.
Shall I begin? Hello, everyone. The last runner-up. My name is Malik. In the daytime, I am a strategy lead at the Master of Zodiac. And in the nighttime, I'm a gamer and a DJ. So I wasn't able to find a single Web3 game that let me play 30 minutes a day. So the reason why I joined the Master of Zodiac was try to build a fun game that I can enjoy as well. So what is Master of Zodiac? It's a AAA hack and slash ARPG title. And then our previous game was called On December, which has generated around 80+ million US dollar. And you might think, oh, it's just another game that's coming into the Web3 space, and it's just going to be a play to earn. And so we wanted to focus on the streaming market instead of just the pure gaming. So we wanted to keep it simple, and then we wanted to have something that no-brainer. And I'm pretty confident that every one of you here at least watch YouTube or Instagram Reels or TikTok a day. And the reason why is like it's just easy. You just open up the app and then just watch your favorite content or the content streamer. So we wanted to apply that part into our Web3 integration. So there has been like huge success from the Axie Infinity, and then that's why lots of the big studios are just trying to follow the footsteps of Axie, and then lots of people conceive play to earn is equal to Web3 game. However, we wanted to segregate our target audience, which is Web2 gamer and then Web3 natives. So for us Web3 natives, we love to make money, and then in that sense, trading is a game for us. And for the Web2 gamers, their needs are all different. And like some people love to raid boss with their friends. Some people, they love to just farm good in-game items. And some people just love to communicate inside of the game. So we wanted to encourage what they love to do in day one. So for Web3 natives, we wanted to encourage their speculation activities. And then for the Web2 gamers, we wanted to provide the fun gaming environment instead of chugging them with the different concept of like ownership, NFT, and whatnot. So how we are going to do about it? So we have built in the in-game cam, which allows the Web3 natives to loom around the map and then try to find their favorite character. And when they find their favorite character, then we let them engage them with the fungible token or NFT. So we call this as a sponsoring. And what's this going to do with the combat system is whenever a player receives a fungible token sponsor, their stats will increase. And whenever they receive the NFT sponsoring, then they will get the unique skill sets. So let me briefly go over the user journey. So the gamers, they just create a game character, and then they just play and then grow their character inside of the Master of Zodiac. And when they register for the most stream layer, where they agree that the Web3 natives will observe their plays, then the Web3 natives will find their favorite character or in-game monster. And then once they found it, they can either sponsor them with the fungible token or NFT to boost their favorite character. And then once these sponsored characters fight each other, and then let's say player A beats the other player B, then the sponsor of player A will rack the player B's sponsored amount. So for instance, the winner will get 70% of the fungible token amount, and then we give back 20% to the loser, and then as a platform, we take a 10. So this is our business model. And then for the Web2 gamers, they are getting the unique in-game items instead because they don't really necessarily care to make money in the first place. However, we wanted to slowly migrate them into our Web3 space. So we, as a platform, we are going to give half to the gamers. And we are going to do this by, let's say, the gas fee delegation part from the Binance chain. And at the end of the day, the game should be fun. So we are building the scalable gameplay where we have a dynamic combat system. And then this is how the sponsorship system works. So let's say this is the typical just regular skill set. And when they get the NFT sponsoring, the skill set will change. And of course, we will have to have like a good story so let the gamers to be driven into our game. So we have like a really cool cinematicus in between the boss raid, and then that's will be connected directly into the gaming system. And I'm not sure if you have noticed or not, but this is the shoulder view of the game. And if I go back, so this is a shoulder view where the player's point of view, and then for the sponsor's point of view, they can move around the cam to have the different angle to look at their plays. So once again, they can either sponsor a player or a monster, and then if they sponsor the monster's appearance will be changed as well. And then for the player's sponsorship, they will just boost the stats. And then this is our previous track record where we have 5 million registered users and then generated around 80 million plus US dollar. And then average revenue per paying user was around $100. So we are going to engage our previous title's users into the new title. And this is our team. So Jeff was the previous founder of the Gree Korea. And he has experience in Japanese market. And then John, he used to work with the famous Dungeon and Fighter, which is from the Nexon. And then the Jay is from China, and then he's working with the different Chinese publisher. And then myself, Malik, I'm trying to build a Web3 game that Web3 natives can enjoy as well. And our go-to-market is quite simple. So for our Web2 gamers, we are just going to work with the Web2 publisher. And then for the Web3 natives, we're going to work with the different Web3 KOLs. And thanks for having me here. And any question?
Any questions from the panel or judging panel?
Sorry, could you quickly explain the gambling mechanism again, kind of like how you get two sides of the bet, or is it like, anyway, sorry, I just kind of missed that or would like to understand it more deeply.
So, so let's say you are betting on like a player A. It's not betting, but like we call it sponsoring. Let's say you sponsor $100 to that player A, and then I sponsor $100 to the player B, and then they will both increase the same amount of stats to that character. So when they fight each other, then it's up to their how they maneuver the character. But like, let's say if you bet $200 to a player A, then that's gonna increase the stats 2 times than my sponsor subject. So obviously, your sponsor subject will beat mine. Then you will take 70% of my sponsored amount, which is $70 to yourself. And then as a platform, we take 10%, and then we do not want to wreck everything, so I keep the $20. So that's the main business model for the how sponsorship works.
Got it. So I guess my question is how do you create like a balanced like market for sponsoring or gambling on players, right? Because it seems like everyone would just want to pile into the same player because it would, you know, spiff them more.
You might think of that way. However, let's say player A is like 2 stacked, then some other player might want to see other player winning that player A. So it's not just one-on-one, but it can be 1 to N. So let's say you're fighting alone, and then everyone's trying to have a bite on that stacked player. So as game grow and then time pass, I think we will have like a normal distribution of how betting will play out.
Okay, very interesting. if I were to spend more time than this short amount of time with you, I'd want to see like a lot more like math and like have you tease that out for me a bit more.
Yes, I love to share you my forecasting Excel, but like I only had like a 6 minutes here, so
totally.
What is the business model here? Where is the revenue generated from?
So main revenue will be generated from the two-way. Number one is that, as I mentioned, as a platform, we are going to take 10% from the winning sponsor. So that's the first revenue. And then the second one is we are going to have a NFT sales from our, within this IP, we have like 12 gods, and then each gods will have their offspring. So basically like the sponsors are just like a gods who is overseeing the entire gameplay of the gamers. So these are the two business models that we're looking. And obviously from the Web 2 end, there will be some of the item sales and then Game Pass. So those are the default. But today I just wanted to highlight the Web3 part.
More questions from our judges? I guess that's it. Thank you, Moz. Thank you for your presentation. And feel free to chat with the judges later on for further questions.
Cheers.
Yeah. And yeah. Please stay for a while for our judges. We have one last surprise project who's the winner of our hackathon last weekend. So BNB Chain hosted a hackathon with for 2 days during last weekend, Saturday and Sunday. And we got the first winner, OpMatch. Yes, who's gonna present as a surprising project. And I think the founder of OpMatch, so this is just a very, very early stage project because it came with 2 days and 1 night of a hackathon, and they won $7,000 as a prize. So let's welcome OpMatch on the stage.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Leon, and I'm gonna present the OpMatch project that I built over the two nights or 2 days. Yeah, it's a really, really early stage. Like it literally has 2 users, me and myself, for the testing. Now, what is OpMatch? I'll start with the problem. So basically today, when we look at the dating and matchmaking apps, we see a huge problem, which is a centralization of the data. Like we literally don't know how our very personal and very intimate data is stored, secured, and then utilized. That lack of transparency is also matched with the rising demand on the privacy-centric apps, which puts OpMatch like in a very good spot to be launched at this moment. If we look at the market size for the dating apps and matchmaking apps, it's a huge market. Like it's a $10 billion market with a steady growth rate for about 10% annualized. And all the dating apps worldwide have around 350 million users. By 2033, the market is expected to be about 20 billion. That like chunk of that market would be really, really amazing to grab. Now, what we do with OpMatch is basically bringing back the control of the data back to the user. And how do we achieve this? First of all, we are securing all the data on the Greenfield layer, and we are using BNB for the transactional layer, which means that all the transactions are going to go through BNB, and all the sensitive information is going to be stored on Greenfield, and that allows user to kind of control their own data, delete their own data, and gives us literally zero control over storing and monetizing users' data itself. And moreover, what we did, or what I did, was built it inside the Telegram. Now, why Telegram? Telegram has a 900 million user base, and people are familiar with the mini apps already. Putting this matchmaking app inside the most widely used messaging app gave us two advantages. First is we already have the user base to kind of target, and second, we don't have to kind of deal with the chat functionality because, and that's another layer of users protection. Basically, what we do is we delegate the chat functionality to Telegram, and users are in full control of chat there as well. Yeah, but like as for some additional features, to kind of make bots disappear from the platform, I introduced the staking mechanism as a verification mechanism. So basically, if you want to get verified, you have to stake some tokens, and to make the experience smooth for the users, especially for newcomers, we are using the transaction sponsorship, which is basically users can transact without paying any gas. That's a very cool feature. Yeah. Now how to keep the users in the app? That's another like huge question for everyone. So we are offering the daily incentives, which means users can come check in every day. They will get our own token Spark, and those tokens can be exchanged for in-app kind of premium features, subscriptions, and upgrades. Another thing, which is kind of cool inside the app, is the BNB locking mechanism, which allows you to lock the BNB inside your secure vault, and that will generate you some Spark tokens every day. Basically, you're just locking the BNB and you're getting some incentives from the app. Now, how do we make money? Because that was the first question when I started building the app. Well, basically, all the dating and matchmaking apps are based on subscription. And subscription model is that either you have to pay, let's say, $15 per month, which is okay rate for the matchmaking app, considering that Tinder and some other competitors are at least twice more expensive. And another option is to pay with the Spark tokens. And in order to get the Spark tokens, you have to be very active or lock a lot of BNB. And those locked BNBs are generating for us an additional rewards as a staking reward, which is a small chunk of income, but still it's a steady revenue stream, and we might get some additional incentives for most total locked value on the chain. Now, what are the next steps? So, like I mentioned in the beginning, this project is literally 4 days old now. So I'm working on implementing the gasless stablecoin transactions and some branding. My general approach is that okay, let's launch it as an MVP. Let's say in December, let's onboard, I don't know, 100 users at first, and then we will go from there. I'm quite a big believer in the very small iterations, so I don't have a 5-year-long plan, which will most likely fail. I prefer going month by month. Yeah, that's how I won the hackathon, and it's my project, OpMatch. Thank you for attention.
Do you want to share the demo, by the way? The demo.
I don't have demo video with me, but
okay.
yeah, that's a good question. I have a demo video on my phone. I'm not sure if can we share the video. I can share a video with you.
Let's try. Maybe you can show it to the camera. Maybe let's try.
Okay. Yeah, we will do something about the demo now, I guess.
I tell you what, can you just ask them to go to the Binance web link over here?
Okay.
The incubation on YouTube.
Okay.
Go live, and then we will put your phone on the camera in front.
Like suggestion is that you go to the YouTube link, and I'll put it on the camera. That's gonna be fine.
So just go to BNB Chain on the YouTube link.
So we'll share the
We'll share the link later
instructions,
to the judge group.
For
so
those who
they
want to
will check
match
it.
make, you can do it on OP. So this will be one opportunity.
You can just
yeah.
do the demo in front of the camera.
I can show you like personally if you want.
Oh, yeah, send to me, and we'll share that to the judge group later.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, that
Maybe
will be
this,
better than disrupting the whole video.
No, we'll also share it online as well.
Yeah,
because there are people watching via live stream. So we'll
Okay.
share that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very
for
much.
the opportunity.
All right. How's everyone feeling? Tired? We've been cooking all day. I know you're probably like pretty tired. So, okay, before we close, I want to talk about a few things. Money, and money. It's funny, if you say money in a room full of degens, it's crazy how that grabs everyone's attention. So the first thing about money, if you vote for whoever's going to win money today, you can win some money. So the point is, there's a pool of up to $1,000. We will be closing this now, almost now, shortly afterwards. And in 20 minutes, we'll announce who will win up to $1,000 worth of BNB. And that will be announced on Twitter. Secondly, secondly, if you want to save money on transportation, because we will all have to leave here by 4 p.m., there'll be tuk-tuks downstairs ready to take you to your next destination. You just pick it and they'll take you there. However, there are only 5, so it's a first come, first served. You can try Uber Pool and you can probably match with some people and share the tuk-tuk. So that's the second thing. And of course, most importantly, the third thing, the third money, is who the winner of this pitch day will be. That will be announced once we conclude the community vote. And we expect to make that announcement, I believe, in 24 hours or a little bit later. But we will communicate all those instructions to all the participating pitchers in the TG groups, and we'll communicate the winner on X very, very soon, later this week. And then without further ado, that brings this BIA, Bangkok, the final BIA of the year, to a close. So thank you to our sponsors at the back. Thank you to all the judges and the alliance partners without whom this would have been made possible. Thank you to Mohit, who's always hides at this part of the day, and to the whole team who made all of this possible. So thank you, everyone. Let's give a big round of applause for everyone who made it possible, especially Mohit. Woo, woo, woo. Thank you, everyone. We'll have to conclude by 4, so the tuk-tuks will be waiting for you all.